Yes, and one of the Glazers said that he is deeply apologetic.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
They do look like leprechauns, that family, don't they? They look like they should be on a box of Lucky Charms. Ha ha. Snow chaos swept large parts of Scotland and northern England today after -5 centigrade freeze overnight, which has been laid firmly at the feet of Keir Starmer. Thanks a lot, Keir Starmer.
No!
A band of snowy showers moved south to reach parts of northern England. The Met Office said most of the snow in northern England was on the highest ground and it did not settle lower down, though there were reports of some showers at low levels, including Gateshead, wherever that is. Meteorologist Nicola said, snowfall in England in May was not unusual, and that we should speak to Tom Jones for more details.
Rock and roll!
The last time snow accumulated in any quantity at this time was in May. Shall I read that again?
No.
The last time snow accumulated in any quantity at this time in May was in 1997, when several centimetres apparently settled in Scotland, Wales and northern England. Of course, they weren't European surrender centimetres in 1997. They were pints and ounces and groats and florins, proper British measurements. Several centimetres, that's about 6 guineas. It's about 6 guineas of snow. The meteorologists said temperatures will rise at the weekend when a cold air mass is nudged out of the way by a warmer system from the Atlantic. But the spokesmodel said that the weather will be giving with one hand and taking away with the other, as this system will bring wind and rain on Sunday. The southeast are potentially seeing temperatures as high as 20 degrees centigrade. For Saturday. Just for Saturday, though. That's it. As usual, the weather shows you summer and then takes it away again. The southeast potentially seeing temperatures as high as 20 degrees centigrade just for Saturday, but we'll see some rain and breezy conditions, and some of that rain could be quite heavy, says the meteorologist. A sunny weekend is on the horizon, however, with highs potentially pushing 70 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the week. Well, they are switching between centigrade and Fahrenheit, seemingly at random. To please everybody. Is everybody pleased?
No.
No. Everybody is displeased and is showing that displeasure in large amounts, out loud. Saturday, early wet and windy weather over Wales. Who wrote that? Early wet and windy weather over Wales? Welsh wet and windy weather. Also in Northern Ireland and England, and spreading into the rest of the UK. Some heavy rain, especially Wales, Northern Ireland and southeastern England, drier later. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Early wet and windy weather over Wales. That's Welsh wet and windy weather. And Northern Ireland and England, spreading into the rest of the UK. Some heavy rain, especially in Wales, Northern Ireland and southeastern England, drier later. That seems like the same. But, well, it does. Every day is like Groundhog Day. You wake up and it's a blooming same, day after day after day. And it has been marvellous lately. I mean, cold, but sparkling blue skies, which is very unusual to have one of those, never mind about a whole month. Pretty much the entire month of May was, it looked great from the inside, but as soon as you stepped outside, blooming freezing out there. I don't know whether it's something to applaud or to feel pity for, but those people who are absolutely determined to go to the pub or to a restaurant and sitting outside in a freezing cold, the wind whipping around their faces, bundled up to their eyeballs. I mean, why don't you just wait a while? Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
The middle 2 weeks in May. At first, a mixture of sunny spells and scattered showers with heavy and possible thundery downpours in the far north. I bet there's more wet and windy weather in Wales. A more organised band of rain may approach from the southwest later in the day. Remaining showery for the rest of next week. Then unsettled through the remainder of the period of the middle 2 weeks in May. Longer spells of rain, breezy at times, temperatures slightly below average. And then it starts to get serious because June is on the horizon. You believe that? Blimey, it's practically August. It's almost autumn. It's Jesus' birthday. Right, the last week in this month and the first week of June. Fingers crossed, everybody. Good luck. A mixture of sunny spells and showers at first, areas in the south experiencing the most settled and dry conditions, which is why it costs more to live there. Towards the north and the northwest, there is an increased chance of unsettled weather, as longer spells of rain and strong winds arrive from the Atlantic at times. That's you, Glasgow. I'm not even going to check while you wait. It'll be raining now and raining tomorrow and raining the next day and raining every day for the rest of your lives.
Correct.
Betcha. So, raining in Glasgow, towards the north and northwest, increased chance of unsettled weather. Most settled and dry in the south. Temperatures likely to be around average. Really? Temperatures likely to be around average. Well, I suppose we'll have to take it. Sam in Hyde texts, surprise, surprise, it's still Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Yeah, that's right. It is still Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Neil in Pembrokeshire says, very pleased to be in Wales tonight. No pressure, Nick, but the whole country is banking on you to cheer us all up. Well, then you're in for a bumpy ride. Buckle up. So the reason that Labour lost was because they're addicted to woke. This is according to a columnist in the Mail. They are just addicted to woke. There were 3 stories about woke in the Mail today. Story 1. Workers at cereal giant Kellogg's have been given Friday afternoons off over the summer as part of plans to boost employees' mental health. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how could the Mail possibly get a bad headline out of this? Between May and September, the company is offering office-based staff the chance to finish work at noon on a Friday. And field sales teams can take a half a day on a weekday, provided they have completed the full week's hours. Kellogg's chief Chris says the move will improve employees' mental and physical health in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. It had already launched other initiatives to support its 430 UK employees, including meeting-free Friday afternoons and allowing them to take an extra day's annual leave. Well, how could you pick a hole in that? The Mail found a way. The headline, Kellogg's Snowflakes. Yeah. Snowflakes want an extra half a day off a week. You know, for their overall physical and mental health. Snowflakes. And then Carrie Simmons. You know that Carrie Simmons, she's the nice lady that Boris Johnson is currently walking out with. How long's that going to last? Place your bets. Carrie Simmons joined fiancé Boris Johnson at the polls yesterday wearing a £395 dress that Fashion Insiders suggested may have been picked for its woke credentials. Now, woke is a bad thing in male land. The Prime Minister and his fiancée put on a united front as they stopped screaming at each other for a couple of minutes as they cast their ballots in London amid the dramatic fallout from their lavish flat refurbishment. Oh, I can only dream of having a lavish flat refurbishment. Now it's emerged, as though it's a crime, that Miss Simmons, 33, wore a £395 dress from a woke London fashion label that boasts of being environmentally friendly and supports women in the male-dominated fashion industry. Oh my God, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. They're environmentally friendly and they support women? The Liberty print dress comes from O Pioneers, which has become a favourite of fashion editors because of its commitment to sustainability. Sustainability? No! It specialises in using past season or end-of-line fabrics and offcuts which might otherwise end up in a landfill. The label set up in trendy Camden. Is Camden trendy?
No.
When was the last time Camden was trendy? Shall we say 1976? About then. Trendy. I'm amazed they didn't say groovy. The label, set up in groovy Camden, North London,
Yowza.
Uses local seamstresses rather than having items made abroad. Oh, woke. Isn't that awful? They're woke. They're concerned about their workers, and they support women and are kind to the environment. Bloomin' woke people. And that was highlighted for me by this column by Leo McKinstry, who's one of their big hitters. And his position is that Labour lost because they are woke. So be under no illusions, woke is a bad thing. Being considerate of other people and the environment and being kind and so on, woke is a bad thing. The woke agenda continues to tighten its grip on British public life, says Leo McKinstry. At times it feels as if our civic institutions have been taken over by a deranged cult bent on the obliteration of freedom, tradition and even reason. I mean, I could just sum this entire column up by going, "Pwah!" That's pretty much it, in a nutshell. "Pwah!" It's like some red-faced old geezer just woke up from an afternoon nap. Saw that he's not living in 1945 anymore and went, "Pwah!" Few public figures have embraced the radical cause of wokeness with more enthusiasm than Sadiq Khan, writes Leo McKinstry. His outlook is exemplified by his recent decision in the wake of the Black Lives Matter protests to set up the Orwellian-sounding Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm, which will subject the capital's historic landmarks, including buildings, statues and street names, to a series of ideological purity tests, which means that we might think about not placing slave traders and murderers on plinths. That's what that means. Woke. He says he, Sadiq Khan, might be an obedient commissar of the Cultural Revolution. Oh, crying out loud. But in his 5 years in office, he has proved a woeful city manager. Knife crime has spiralled out of control, the transport network has slid into near bankruptcy, and promises on affordable housing have not materialised. Well, the reason that the transport network has slid into near bankruptcy is a little thing called COVID-19. Or rather, it's the catastrophic failure to deal with it by this Conservative government. And knife crime may have soared because the Tories reduced the police numbers by about 21,000 in the past 10 years, and police support staff by 23,500 in the same period. It might be because the Tories have defunded the courts, selling off about half of magistrates' courts since they came to power in 2010. And as for affordable housing, when has the Tory party ever shown the slightest interest in affordable housing? House building figures under the Conservatives between 2010 and 2019 are the lowest since the Second World War. It's pure Trumpism. Accuse the opposition of that which you are guilty. This is the refrain. It's the constant whining victimhood from the party that's been in power more than twice as long as Labour has since the Second World War. And by their reckoning, everything that's wrong is still Labour's fault. Calm me down.
Absolute tosh.
I couldn't agree more. So Leo McKinstry continues. This is his column about wokeness, being concerned for those less fortunate than yourself. He says, for all the recency of its wokeness's sweep across Britain, what's striking about the woke insurgency? Oh my God, what are these people frightened of, for crying out loud? Being woke, being addicted to woke, as in being addicted to having concern about those less able and less fortunate than yourself. You know who was woke? Jesus. Jesus would get run out of town these days. He said, for all the recency of its sweep across Britain, what's striking about the woke insurgency is how closely it resembles another doctrinaire movement that gained power 40 years ago this week. It was on May the 8th, 1981, that Labour's Ken Livingstone became leader of the Greater London Council, heralding the start of a notorious regime that was soon a byword for ideological extremism and financial extravagance. Financial extravagance? How can anyone say that with a straight face? Financial extravagance? Labour? Which party spent £32 billion on a track and trace system that didn't work? Which party paid for years of PPE kit at quadruple the normal price? Which party disappeared billions into the pockets of its donors and friends for medical equipment that they had no experience of delivering and often didn't work if it ever arrived? Financial extravagance, he says. Is he joking?
No.
He says, just like Sadiq Khan, the GLC was fixated by identity politics, which fomented grievance by constantly dividing society into oppressors and victims, which is to the letter what the Conservatives are doing. Like I said, it's Trumpism to a T. Accuse the other side of that which you are guilty. You're guilty, Donny.
Don't be rude.
I mean, we've got 150,000 dead, and their priority, this government's priority, is to put a ring of steel around bronze statues. The identity politics wheeze is wholly a product of the Tories and their phony flag-waving, foreign-owned, offshore-run papers. As with today's self-flagellating institutions, says Leo McKinstry, such as the National Trust, which wails about the colonial past of some of its properties, the impulse of the 1980s loony left was to see everything through a prism of political ideology. No, again, opposite. Seeing everything through the prism of political ideology is entirely the Tories' domain. And the National Trust wasn't wailing about the colonialist past of some of its properties. It was doing its job of preserving and illuminating. That's what it's there for. You know, the party that keeps belly aching on about Labour being, or the left-wingers being the cancel culture, they want to cancel history. They want to pretend that history didn't exist. That everything just arrived as it is, on a perfumed cloud of pink air. The National Trust wasn't wailing about the colonialist past of some of its properties. The history of this country isn't a cute backdrop for a cup of tea and a cake. History is important. It's who we are. It's us as a nation. The wailing was all from the right-wingers, who are the ones wanting to rewrite history, while accusing the other side of rewriting history when they weren't rewriting it, they were writing it. I heard that so many times and nobody picked them up on that. Oh, they want to rewrite history by telling us what happened in history. No, that's not rewriting it, that's writing it. You, the ones who are wailing about rewriting history, are the ones that want to rewrite history. But, as I said, what would Donald Trump do? That's this administration down to the ground. You don't need to know what the question is. Whatever is the question, they will do what Donald Trump would have done. I mean, it's really weird that the right-wingers seem so obsessed about denying slavery, but about denying our history, as though to not talk about it means it never happened. It's weird, isn't it? They're the ones wanting to rewrite history and rub out the embarrassing way that some of these huge properties that the National Trust runs, how those properties and the fortunes were built on kidnapping and selling and killing black people by the millions. That's not rewriting history, that is history. People who became super rich by doing that shouldn't be on a plinth. They shouldn't be celebrated and revered, and their history should be told. No one's forcing anyone to read it. They hand it out as pamphlets. You don't have to take a test before you go into one of these houses. You can read it if you want to. If you just want to wander around and look at the tulips, then that's fine too. But why on earth wouldn't you want that truth to be told unless you have some objection to the concept of slavery being thought of as wrong? You know, but apart from that, Leo McKinstry, you're right about the date at the top of the article. It is indeed the 7th of May. Let's have Hull. Hello, Charles.
Hi, Nick. I was going to ask you, how are you? Are you feeling fine? But after the past week's insanity of gunboat diplomacy with Bojo, and apparently we're at war with France.
Yeah. And that couldn't have come on a better day, could it? They're sending out the gunboats, and we're going to pick a fight with France. Vote Conservative. Oh, I can't hear that again. Not again.
Exactly. I believe you call it a distraction bomb.
Yeah, exactly. It was a big ship of distraction bombs.
And meanwhile, the Kirkeller still sits in King George Dock, not going anywhere for a year to get fish from the Norwegian waves.
The fish that you will be having at your local...
We'll be eating Norwegian caught fish this year. Not one fish in the fish and chip shops is going to be caught by the British fishing industry.
Yes.
We're all participating in going the death knell of British fishing.
Well,
all round.
It is ironic. I don't want to take pleasure in their demise, but we were told over and over and over again by the people who work in the fishing industry, who overwhelmingly voted to leave the European Union, that they knew what they were voting for. So there it is. You got what you wanted.
Yeah, I still shake my head, and I'm doing it now. You know.
And shaking your head as well at the same time. Wow, he's multitasking. Thank you, Charles, but what you do in the privacy of your own home is none of our business. Keep it to yourself. Dorset, hello, Phil.
Hello, you know what they say, get woke, go broke. That's what the Labour Party is all about.
Who says that?
Well, it's a well-known saying. Anyway...
Wait a minute, wait, back up. It's a well-known saying?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, anyway, you've been trying to rewrite the history of the Labour Party. You said all about all the financial...
Go woke, go broke.
Yeah.
Why would you go broke if you show concern for others?
Well, no, but trying to rewrite the history books and all this sort of thing, you know.
In what way?
Well, trying to get rid of... historic statues and all that sort of thing.
Why would that be rewriting the history books?
Well, you can't change what's happened in the past.
No, but you
can.
No, yes, that's right. That's right. But you don't have to revere people that are responsible for the kidnapping and selling and murders.
No, you don't revere it, but you.
Well,
but
by
you can't change
putting them on a plinth, you are by definition revering them.
Well, anyway, you've been trying to change history by rewriting the history of the Labour Party.
How is changing a statue in a town square rewriting history?
Changing a statue is, well, you're trying to deny the past, aren't you?
No. How is it denying the past? Nobody's rubbing the past out. You're just changing whoever...
Well, anyway, I wanted to talk about the Labour Party, anyway.
But, you started it.
Well, anyway, that was just an opening line, anyway.
Oh, a gambit, an amuse-bouche.
Well, anyway, about the Labour Party...
Yeah.
The IMF had to be called in because of their financial irresponsibility in the 1970s, didn't it?
Did they give £35 billion for...
And they didn't have a virus pandemic to deal with, whereas Boris Johnson did.
Did they spend £35 billion on anything that didn't work?
Well, people seem to like Boris Johnson. He reaches the parts other politicians don't seem to reach, doesn't he?
Do you mean the clownish nature of his delivery persuades people who don't...
Well, 17 million voters can't be wrong, can they?
Yes, they absolutely can.
16 million are more likely to be wrong.
No, that's not in any way true.
I've got some advice on how the Labour can improve its fortunes.
Okay, well, I'm sure they're on the edge of their seats.
They should join a coalition with the monster raving loonies. They could double their votes.
Wow, that must have taken you ages to write that. Did you did you commit that to memory, or did you put it down on a piece of paper?
I'm just a natural born wit, aren't I?
Well, you're something rhyming with wit. God. Nigel in Clacton says, how long before you mention your Hamas and IRA-loving friend Corbyn Nigel in Clacton? What? What? Shall I read that again?
No.
How long before you mention your Hamas and IRA-loving friend Corbyn Nigel in Clacton? I will never vote Labour ever again. After Corbyn, he has ruined the Labour Party. I would only vote the Conservatives now on Nigel in Clacton. Yeah, that sounds about right. You got another fan, Bodger? Caroline texts, climate change equals weakening of the Gulf Stream equals cold weather for the UK, so best get used to the brr factor. It's here to stay. Yeah, they call it, or they used to call it global warming before people like that last caller would ring in and say, well, of course it's not global warming, is it? Because it's quite cold outside. It's exactly the sort of thing that he would say. And so they stopped calling it global warming and called it climate change instead. But just because it used to be called global warming doesn't mean to say that all parts of the globe will warm up. Because we're way warmer than we actually should be. I mean, if you draw a line, a long latitude, if you draw a latitude line around the Earth starting at where you are now, then you should be actually, compared to how other places on the globe are, at our height up the ball. That is technical terms, by the way, the height up the ball. I think you'll find that is exactly what that's called. Then we should actually be up to our eyeballs in snow, but we're not because of the Gulf Stream. And if the Gulf Stream weakens, then the cold will come in, and then you'll be sorry. Doug says, this election was the first that I spoilt my ballot for. The Lib Dems with no info on their candidates. Labour candidate backing... What? This election was the first that I spoilt my ballot. Lib Dems with no info on their candidates. Labour candidate backing Tory policies. The Tory candidate not being appealing. Appealing? I scribbled all over and wrote none. It was actually quite liberating, says Doug. Hey, Doug!
No!
Yeah, you failed this test. Pick the least bad option. None is nothing. What was the point of going down there? You think that they, when they're counting all the votes, they're going to sit there and stare at your paper and think, wow, that's actually really deep. We should do something with this. I'm just going to put it straight in the bin, you idiot. I went down there and every single person in there was above about 70 years old. There wasn't a single person in the entire building, all the people that were waiting outside, coming and going, that was under the age of 70 years old. Kids, your future is being decided by people who won't be around long enough to enjoy it. Because you just won't vote, will you? I looked it up. Since I can't remember what the exact date was, but I think cause like since about 1974, no, 68, something like that. In about 1968, the same percentage of young people and old people voted. It was remarkable. It was about 70-some percent. 70-some percent of 18 to 24s, back then it was 21 to 24s, voted. The same percentage as over 65s. Isn't that remarkable? And then since then, the number of young persons who vote, in fact all ages, has dropped dramatically. Young persons have halved, and people slightly older than them, they've dropped as well. The only group that hasn't dropped the percentage of them that go out and vote is the over 55s. That's why government policy favours the over 55s, because they're the only ones that vote. Kids, if you didn't vote, I want you to have a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror. Doug says, no, that was the sport ballot thing. Nora says, woke is not synonymous with kindness. It's synonymous with taking the knee, race baiting, and media manipulation, says Nora. Incorrect in every respect. But thanks for trying, Nora. Nora has just spoilt her paper. You get a 0, Nora. Hey, they've given us a holiday list. We're allowed to go on holiday to some destinations. Isn't that great?
No.
No, not really. A call in Kent. Thanet. Tanya.
Hello, Nick.
Tanya.
Hi. Hello. Yes, thank you for your show. I listen to you every night, and I think you're absolutely hilarious.
Well, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
I actually laugh out loud, and I don't do that a lot lately to things on TV or radio, so thanks for that.
Well, cheers.
That's okay. I'm actually phoning. I'm not at all politically inclined. However, it kind of seems to me a little bit obvious why Labour haven't done that well.
Right.
In what's gone on lately, the by-elections, because they don't seem to me like they've done anything through the pandemic at all. And every time I turn on the TV, I've just heard Keir Starmer say about sleaze and about Boris decorating his accommodation.
Yeah.
And it seems to have cut absolutely no ice at all, because I think that the public at the minute are not ready for that.
Well,
I think the public want unity and hold the government to account, but then say what you would do. And they don't. When I see them on telly, they don't say what they would do.
But okay, the opposite of that, Tanya, is that people may not be aware of what the Labour Party would have done, but they are very aware of what the Conservative Party has done.
Yes.
We have just about the worst combination of death figures and economic hit in the world. In the world.
But you must admit that the government, like all of the scientists and everything else, are literally, and like the vaccines and everything, are literally learning along the way, as we all are. We're all guinea pigs in this process, literally.
But yes, that assumes that there aren't any other countries that have gone through this, but there are. Almost every other country in the world has done better than we have, which means that this government has failed us catastrophically, and the people thought, well, it's a mountain of dead people and a crashed economy. That's okay. Let's have more of that.
But Nick, you know, at the end of the day, nobody could stop a virus at all.
Yes,
and
they could. Yes, they could. Yes, absolutely. You know, Vietnam, as an example, Vietnam has 90-odd million people in it.
Yes.
That's half as many again as we have. You know how many? You know how many deaths they've had from COVID?
No.
Ours are 128,000 here in this country. 128. We've had 4.4 million cases.
Yeah.
In Vietnam, deaths from COVID? 35.
Yeah. But I feel that what has Keir Starmer done? What have Labour done to help in it? Nothing.
Oh my God, Tanya, you're not listening to me. It doesn't make... Yes, you are wrong. They're not in power. What would you want them to do? Stage a coup and take over?
I don't know. Maybe have some unity and try and help some way. I just don't think the public have been ready for slating of the government, really, because I think they've had to make some terribly hard decisions along the way.
Oh my God, you're not listening to me, Tanya. Vietnam is run by a government. It has people. They had the exact same COVID that we've got. They have 35 deaths. 35 deaths. We have 128,000 deaths. I don't know how else I can put this. We are one of the worst performing countries in the world, which means that almost every other country on earth did better than we did. Of course they should be. The Keir Starmer's problem is not that he didn't kick seven bells out of the government. Wait, let me back up. It's not that he was supportive of the government, or insufficiently supportive of the government. His problem is that he was too supportive of the government. It's the opposite of that. He should be ripping chunks out of them on a daily basis. The billions and billions and billions of pounds that went missing. That's not just fantasy money. It's your money, Tanya. My money. We'll be paying this back for the rest of our lives. Where's it gone? They refuse to tell us. It's incredible. The elevation of family members. I mean, it's like it's like we're run by sort of a comedy South American dictatorship. The elevation of family members to the House of Lords. The profiting by donors to an extent which you wouldn't think anybody would have the nerve to allow. But they do it so brazenly and openly. And our attitude to that, the public's attitude to that was, oh, well, never mind. And I'll vote for that. I mean, we say we are supportive of the NHS. The people in Hartlepool just chucked an actual GP who's married to an actual nurse out the window in favour of a landowner who used to live in the Cayman Islands. I just, it's just, the stuff that's happening is just beyond belief. I'm just mystified. It's like I've walked through the back of the wardrobe into Narnia. Is this real life, or am I hallucinating? I've got to go, Tanya. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? To be totally fair about this. Sunningdale. Hello, Leah.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Cool. I'm calling from Sunningdale. I am responding originally to your topic on the government.
Yeah.
And the votes. And I decided to change my vote this year because I'm not confident in any of them.
In any of them?
No.
Okay. So you used to do what?
Should I reveal? I used to vote Labour.
Okay.
I am a quarter Welsh, and I hated the closure of all the mines.
But that's not Labour's fault.
No, sorry, Maggie Thatcher. I vote Labour.
Yeah.
Because of Maggie Thatcher.
Right.
I
think you pronounced that wrong. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Maggie Thatcher.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. Because I've even heard children recently telling me that they like Conservatives because of the Maggie Thatcher era.
Children?
Wait, yes, at the age of 9.
Oh, please. What do they know about it?
I know. So they're hearing it from elder generations. They've respected that.
Right. Well, those children should be protected from those older people because they're setting them down the wrong path.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I totally agree. So.
With everything you said this evening about everything, to be honest, Nick, thank you very much.
Well, no, thank you very much.
You've made me feel normal.
I've made you feel normal. My work is done.
Thank you.
So who did you vote for then, Leah?
Should I really reveal?
Yes, you should.
Well, because I wanted to prove to every party, I had to go independent.
Independent, right.
Yeah, because sorry, go on.
No, but I mean, my initial thought was that's like writing your own name down on a piece of paper and screwing it up and throwing it out the window. I mean, it would have the same result. But
totally.
It depends on what you were voting for. If it was your local council, then some local councils do have independent persons sitting on them.
It was, yeah, totally. It was the police commissioner vote, wasn't it, this time?
Right.
And I don't trust in anything because I live close to London.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, I was involved in that.
In criminal activities?
Not any. No, never.
Not anymore. No.
No way. Never. No more.
Right, I understand. Okay,
yeah,
well, I don't know. Your story is beginning to fall apart, Leah.
I have the purest soul you've ever met, but no one else can see that.
Yeah, well, that's true. On the radio, it doesn't come across. Take a picture of it and pop it in the post. All right. Steve tweets, Nick, rather than spending your time attacking those who've defeated your party of choice in an election yet again, wouldn't you perhaps be better served in trying to genuinely understand why you are once again at total odds to the electorate? I don't need to try to understand it, Steve. I know what the reason is. It's because the electorate are wrong. I think you'll find that is accurate. I mean, come on, people. You're dissatisfied with your lot. You're not happy with the way things are going, so you thought, I know, for a change, I'll vote for the party that's been running the country for the past 11 years. Explain your way out of that to me. I honestly don't get it. I mean, the good people of Hartlepool, what were you thinking? You love the NHS, right? You just chucked a GP and his nurse wife out on their ear for a landowner who used to live in the Cayman Islands. Yeah, at some point, you can't... You have to stop blaming Keir Starmer because he's not getting his message across. You know, he might not be a natural politician or showman. Talk about a catalogue of untruths. So Boris Johnson just said on that news bulletin that now that we've got Brexit done... How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Now that we've got Brexit done... we can secure our borders. What, you mean the borders that have been leaky like a sieve for a year now? Specifically, the reason that so many people in this country have died is because we have singularly failed to secure our borders. Those borders, is that what he means? He says because of Brexit, we've been able to roll out the vaccine so successfully. No. Being a member of the European Union would have had absolutely no effect on our vaccine rollout at all. At all. People still believe that lie. Every time it's said, people think, oh, yeah, thank God for Brexit and we got out and we could roll out the vaccine. First of all, the vaccine is a success because it's the only thing that this government has stepped out of the way of. They haven't tried to get their hands on and extract the maximum amount of, they've just let the NHS do their thing. It's the only thing they haven't had their hands all over, and they just allowed the actual professionals, the people who know what they're doing, rather than the friends and relatives and donors. Medical people. That's why the vaccine rollout has gone so well, because the NHS have made it happen. Got nothing to do with this government. And it could have happened in the exact same way if we had been in the EU. Precisely the same. There's nothing about being in the European Union that would have affected the vaccine rollout at all. Not one single thing. So that's not true either. But the beauty is, thank goodness that we've come out of Brexit. We could do something about the European Super League. Oh, come on. First of all, this is, to my knowledge, the only time that Boris Johnson has ever shown the slightest interest in football. He went to Eton. He did rugby and cricket. They don't do football. Second, what's it got to do with him? Third, what's it got to do with Brexit? None of the above. If anybody stopped the European Super League, it was the fans. God, he takes credit for everything. As usual, it's what would Donald Trump do? He'd bamboozle you with a blizzard of lies, and by the time you thought, oh, hang on, that wasn't right, then he's told 10 more, and you're left there in like an eddy, a whirlpool of confusion. Just keep saying things off the top of your head. It doesn't matter whether they're true or not. And you will fill the room with verbiage. And then you'll exit with a confused audience, but they'll be amused. And that's what we voted for. Occasionally being amused. Oh my God. Leslie tweets, being a woke supporter in Labour's southern softy region, but up north, Labour supporters won't give it the time of day, which is why the Red Wall and other northern areas are turning blue. Does that make sense? Being a woke supporter in Labour's southern softy region, but up... That makes no sense. Does that make any sense to you?
No.
Well, I'm glad that you put it up there in that form for me to read on the air. I think she's saying that the people up north aren't considerate of others and they hate those that are, which is why they are turning their back on Labour, because the Conservative Party is the home of people who aren't considerate of others. It's every man for themselves. Is that what you mean, Leslie? Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
I am in absolute despair. The people of this country are beyond help. They are so stupid. So couple of things. Gaslighting, right?
Yes.
Okay. The same thing has happened to the word, or the same thing is happening to the word woke as to the word socialist or socialism.
Right.
It has been grabbed hold of by the right wing and completely destroyed, making it out to be something negative,
Yes.
so that anybody that gets caught using it automatically will attract the ire of a right-wing supporter who hasn't got a clue what it means,
No.
but hears that word and goes to town and helps to
it's
maintain that narrative.
It's like a whistle to a dog. If you put it in the minds of people that socialism is necessarily a bad thing, then they won't think about it. They'll think, oh yeah, that's right. That's something I don't like. I don't like woke, and I don't like socialism, and I don't like this, that, and the other. But if they had the choice of having an NHS, which is of course a socialist construct, then or not having one, they would say with an ever louder voice that of course they love the NHS, they want to protect the NHS, and then they voted for a party that seems to have been desperately trying to dismantle it for the last 10 years. In Hartlepool they threw out a GP and his nurse's wife, his wife's nurse, no wait, his wife who is a nurse.
Exactly.
I think I need a nurse.
It's a sickness. This country has a sickness. And after the Tories got voted in 19, I realised not necessarily there isn't a cure for this sickness, but we're a long way away from finding the cure. In fact, this disease has to pretty much finish us off before it can take hold and cure us. We are in such a terrible state. The other thing that gets me, right? Oh, incidentally, I hope Sean from Concert calls in, because I think he's great. He articulates how I feel. It's brilliant. The other thing that gets me...
I don't know who that is, but if he does, then I'll speak to him.
Yeah.
Right.
Put it this way. If you had him on a call with Brian from Stockton, it would be epic. But, right, so my other point is this, right? I've heard people all day long ringing up different shows to say that they could not vote for Labour, and so as a result they voted for Tory.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. First of all, I don't believe for 1 second that the majority of people in this country are voting Tory. They are voting for Johnson, because they're sucked in.
It's not the majority, it's a minority.
It is a minority.
Our system gives a minority a majority rule.
Yep. They don't want the Tory party necessarily, but they want to be Johnson's friend because he's their buddy.
He's the funny guy off the telly.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if that's the case, and you cannot bring yourself to vote Labour...
But why, though? You see, this is such a bizarre situation. People say, on the one hand, well, I don't know what Labour stand for. I've got no idea what they are for, and they didn't really punch through. And so why so negative about something that is so amorphous? I mean, they're having a visceral negative reaction about something that they say that we don't know what it is. That's not something you have a negative reaction to. That's just something you ignore. So you could vote Labour because you could project onto them anything that you like for the people that have got no idea what they actually represent.
But the point is that they vote Labour because they are anti-Tory policy, right? So if you're that way inclined in your makeup, in the way that you think and feel, then to vote Conservative, it makes a laughing stock of you, because if you do feel that way, then vote for an independent, vote for someone else, spoil your ballot, or don't even vote. Don't go in there and vote for the enemy. Why?
Well, see, if you are well off, I mean, if you're comfortably well off and you live in Surrey, for instance, and you've got two Volvos in the drive of your detached house, and you've got one of those ride-on lawnmowers, then I completely understand why you would vote Conservative, because you want to, keep all of the tax, and you don't want to have your tax take rising in order to protect poor people.
But that's fine, Nick.
Well, I get that. What I don't get is people who are already poor voting for a party that represents the winner-takes-all brigade.
Exactly. And to make it even worse, they jump on words like woke and weaponise them. They're so clever, really, and we are so stupid. The point is that not all of us are that stupid. Some of us can actually see what is happening here. And, I'm not going to name names because I know that you guys don't like that sort of thing. Some of your fellow broadcasters, you would think by the very nature of the job that they're doing, they would be out there in the intelligent lot. But they're just... Oh, I don't get it.
All right, I'll put you in the confused category. In a nutshell...
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's propaganda, and it's pummeling us on a daily basis, while the people who have won already are taking the position of complaining about their position being abused. People who have already won are cloaking themselves in victimhood. Oh, the left, the woke left. and people who's... I can't fathom it. I really can't. Is there anybody in Hartlepool who can enlighten me as to why you made that decision? And that nice lady that I was talking to earlier on about, Keir Starmer who keeps going on about Tory sleaze, and this is the time to come together as a nation. No, it isn't. It's time to bite chunks out of the party that is up to its eyeballs in sleaze. And by sleaze, we mean the disappearing of billions of pounds of your money. And it's so open, it's so brazen. And once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would steal money from your pocket while telling you that he is stealing money from your pocket. That's what Donald Trump would do. Donald Trump would walk into a pub, he would pick up the charity box from the bar and walk out with it, telling you that that's what he's doing. And his fans would give him a round of applause for doing it. Well, that's really showing him, Donald. Here's The Guardian from a couple of weeks ago. Since I won't read a lot of it, but this is in a nutshell. Since the beginning, one of the most striking aspects of Boris Johnson's government has been its brazenness. The Downing Street press briefing room redecorated in Tory blue. Regeneration funds crudely funneled towards Tory towns. The troublesome Brexit Parliament illegally shut down. The pandemic as a business opportunity for Conservative cronies. In these and many other ways, the government has exercised power with a cartoonish lack of subtlety. That's right. It's not in secret. They're doing it in front of our eyes. And bragging about it, pretty much. And our response is, well, you tell me. I'm beyond understanding it. I really do. I really am. Other than this statistic here. In 2019, shortly before Boris Johnson became Tory leader, the Hansard Society found that 54% of the electorate believed that Britain needed, quotes, a strong leader who is willing to break the rules. In other words, a dictator to crush the other side, to cement in place the prominence of the chosen ones. A significant number of the people in this country are itching for a dictator to take over and really give the opposing side what for. That's the only explanation I can come up with. You tell me. This anonymous text says, "You Londoners don't get it. Payback time." Right. So, are you saying that the Conservative Party aren't made of Londoners? Or are you saying that the Conservative Party aren't made up of the elite? You don't get it. Payback time. As though that's going to show us, as though you choosing a party that has never shown the slightest interest in the good people of Hartlepool is going to teach Londoners a lesson. What I'm hearing is, I've just stolen your gun, and now I'm going to shoot myself in the face with it, because that'll teach you. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, payback time. Bath. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
I'm great, mate.
I'm in a bit of a confusing whirl at the moment because I've been listening to your podcast. I've just been choosing random ones.
Yeah.
So.
Which one?
And it all I don't know, do I?
Well, no, I mean, I've got three. I've got the whole show.
Right, yeah.
I've got the Nick Abbott Habit, and I've got the one that I do with Carol McGiffin. The Nick Abbott Habit, right.
Yes. But I've been like sort of picking random ones.
Yeah. The last couple were quite apposite. They were quite appropriate for the time that we're going through, because they were covering an argument that Boris Johnson had with his current girlfriend about furniture, and that was 2 years ago. 2 years they've been yelling at each other about furniture.
I was literally just about to say, it's like, the reason I'm so confused is because it all sounds the same. Like, your callers sound the same as well, and so I was inclined to ask. I was like, is he still coughing from a dust allergy, or does he still have a car? Do you still have a car?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I
do.
You
didn't have one for a long time.
Well, I had three for a while. Yeah. Only two of which worked.
Yeah.
No, wait, no. Only one of which worked. Two of which were completely, useless as car. Nice ornaments to put in the road. I mean, they looked all right, but they didn't actually work as a car.
Well, you could say that about... Actually, no, you can't. I was going to say, you could say that about the party, but I don't actually think any of them are nice on the eyes either.
Oh, God, no, awful.
But I won't add on to what other callers have said about just how incredulous I am at the whole situation.
Yeah.
Other than I was on the way to polling station yesterday, and I ran into Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh my God.
And I have only one question, and it's not to do with politics at all. My one question is, does he wear the same outfit all the time? Because after meeting him in person, I was like, well, now I just feel like you sleep in it. Like, when he awakes from his sort of Dracula-esque crypt in the morning.
Yes.
He's wearing that grey suit.
Yeah.
You just know it.
His heavy wool pinstripe pajamas. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, it's just it was so weird. That's the one thing that popped into my mind. I thought he wears that all the time. But anyway, I digress.
Did you exchange pleasantries?
I did, actually. I said I thanked him for his reply to my email, even though he's obliged to do that. He's my MP, so
is he? Right.
Yes.
What was your email? What was your email about? You don't have to tell me.
No, it's fine. My emails are about the dog theft, so I actually emailed him with suggestions that sort of one-stop shops, like Tesco Express, that sort of thing, have more measures in place for, tying your dog up. And I mean, obviously, I would, I don't want to be rude to the right honourable gentleman, but I did very sarcastically explain to him in the email what a one-stop shop was. I said, dear Jacob, a one-stop shop is where, normal people go to get necessities such as milk and stuff, in case you didn't know, because I assumed that, he'd not been into a shop before.
And he said...
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah, well. But no, I just moved on from that. He told me, he said... no, not at all. I hope you understand the government's taking this very seriously. And I said, let's hope so. My dad
they seem to be taking an enormous amount seriously that they actually pay no attention to whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. My dad was quite flabbergasted. He said, did you call him Jacob? He didn't call him Mr. Mogg. What can I say? I just said, hey, Jacob. Just came out, and he replied. So... it worked to the effect in which it was intended.
Yeah. Well, if you ever meet him again, just call him Smug. Jacob Rees-Smug.
Yeah.
He'll definitely answer to that.
Yeah, certainly will. I was also just thinking that with the barrage of lies that you get from this government, especially Johnson, it's a bit like when you're playing like a card game like Cheat or Uno, where like you can't pick them up. You can't pick them up on a move they've already done when they're on the next turn.
Right.
It's like you've lost the turn.
Yes.
It's like, oh, but if you had Keir Starmer say, oh, but you lied about that. He's like, well, that was
too late.
That was ages ago.
Exactly. Yeah, I've told 20 other lies since that one. Yeah, keep up. Yeah. How old are you, Laura?
I'm 22.
22 years old, and she voted. Let that be a lesson to you, kids. Thank you. Thanks for your effort, Laura. We appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you got to do it. You've got to vote. Otherwise, I mean, it's the sliver of democracy we have.
Yeah.
Is the fact I can actually go and vote.
Right.
But my theory about all the culture wars that have obviously been continuing for years. I mean, has it really been years? I wouldn't have known it would have been years had I not been listening to your podcast from 2 years ago. And I was like, well, this sounds like it was yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. I think that the whole weaponizing of culture wars is entirely a function of what the right wing have been doing to bamboozle the public over the last couple of years. And it's a Trump thing. Make everything about the left versus right, our gang versus your gang. I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable to highlight the history of this country. It's not rewriting it, it's writing it. But that is a crime now, to acknowledge that anything that we ever did was in any way wrong is now a crime against this country that makes you unpatriotic, according to the right-wingers who... and the reason they do it is, of course, because it takes your eye off the ball. It makes you absolutely apoplectic and furious about the wrong thing while they're getting away with murder.
Yes, quite. Well, I was going to say that, just about the British people in general, some of the greatest diplomatic countries in the world are the ones that have faced horrible war. And I think because we've been pretty lucky in that respect, in terms of we don't have memories of being invaded in the way that other countries do. And I think we're just craving a bit of that. It's like, oh, no one's going to go to war with us, so let's go to war with ourselves. I mean, you've got the right wing trying to start a war with people in Europe, and the EU are like, well, you want to leave, it's going to be a car crash, but you're going to do that all for us. The EU aren't coming after us, we do it ourselves. So that's my theory behind it. I just think we want a bit of action.
What's remarkable about Brexit is that they're still fighting it. The people that won are still fighting Brexit. They're still fighting that battle. And that's partly why Bodger did so well this time around. They're still going on about Brexit. The woman who won in Hartlepool, she wrote a letter on the internet and, vote for me. And about the fourth line was Brexit. I mean, she couldn't even get past the first paragraph without mentioning Brexit. They're still fighting that war. You'd think, having won, that it would have made them a little bit happy, but it seems to have only made them more furious. I guess because the promised sunny uplands have not appeared yet. This text says, for a year you've been working to dislodge the Conservative government with... Is that what I've been doing? I had no idea. For a year, you've been working to dislodge the Conservative government with everything that you could throw at it. Are you talking about me? But to no avail. And you are still doing it. The past two elections are over, and Labour have collapsed. You should now be working to dislodge Keir Starmer. Then maybe things can be changed. Well, I don't know. Can they? I mean, they had the opposite of Keir Starmer, and that didn't work because the offshore billionaire press barons levelled their guns at him and pounded him for, years and years and years. And the people bought everything that they wrote about him. And now you've got the opposite of that, Keir Starmer, and who do you want? Tony Blair back? No! I mean, pick somebody. After the last year, I mean, seriously, after the last year, if people are still voting for the government that gave us everything that's happened over the last year, then I'm all out of idea. I don't think it matters who is the leader of the Labour Party. People have fallen in love with an amoral vacuum with funny hair. It's like we've been hypnotised. Rushton. Colin.
Hello.
Colin.
Hiya.
Yes, Colin.
Quick one. Yesterday was Hartlepool not a by-election?
Yes.
Yeah. So how did the people of Hartlepool throw out a GP and his nurse wife or whatever?
Well, because that was the option.
Yeah. So they didn't get in.
Right.
All I've done for the last hour is listen to. You're obviously a Labour supporter.
No.
What are you then?
What am I?
You're totally bashing the Tories.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the Tories are doing a decent job.
Really? Compared to which country?
Not compared to anybody.
Well, compared to which country have they done a good job over the last year with COVID-19?
Which country? I mean, well, okay, there's one of your fellow presenters whose name I will not mention, who he was dying for the UK to be the worst, and when we were the worst, he banged on about it. Now we're not so much near the worst. I think we're about 18th or 20th worst in the world at the minute.
Right.
We don't say it anymore, does it?
So that's a win for you, is it?
It's not a win, because who wants to see a man die, or a woman die, or a child die? But the thing is, it's been a terrible situation that the whole world has faced.
Yeah, but most of the world, most of the world has done better than we have. Most of the world's leaders have led their country much better than ours has.
What other countries in the world go on about 28 days of having a COVID test?
What was the question?
The UK keeps having this thing of somebody's died within 28 days of a COVID test.
Yeah.
Yet they could have got run over by a car or stabbed to death. But no, they died of that.
But those are the government's official figures.
Yes. Russia's figures.
Just talk about excess deaths. Those are figures that you can't fudge.
They're not excess deaths.
No, excess deaths compared to the same period over the past 5 years on average. Excess deaths.
No.
No what?
You're totally out there. You're banging this Labour drum. I mean, I pulled you up about the woman at the beginning, or the man at the beginning. All you said was, it's a by-election, but you know they had
a choice between a doctor married to a nurse and a landowner who used to live in the Cayman Islands, and they chose the latter.
Liam Fox, the doctor from the NHS. Is he a bad guy because he's in the Conservative Party?
I am just saying that's the option that they had in Hartlepool.
And they had more options in the Labour and the Tory. They had loads of other options, didn't they? Just so happens that the Tories get you don't like the Tories. You're obviously.
I don't. Are you satisfied with what's happened over the past year? Are you satisfied with the death numbers? Are you satisfied with the way that they left the borders of the country open so that people with the disease came in and spread it about?
I think the airport should have closed.
So that people died.
I think the country should have been closed off, yeah.
So you're not happy?
I'm not 100% happy, no, but...
Well, give us a percentage.
What would Labour have done? What would Labour have done?
What would Labour have done? They would probably have matched at least some other countries. And by your own admission, almost every other country in the world did better than we did.
I don't believe it. No, you can't. How can you say that? So you are like.
What was the number that you gave me? What was the number? I don't know where you plucked it from, but what was the number you gave me? Where are we on the list, according to you?
I think we're down to about 18.
18. How many countries are there in the world?
How many countries give factual facts?
Give factual facts. Okay.
Oh, come on.
So anything that is against your argument is just fake news. Is that where we're at? Yes. Okay, painful, Colin. Anything that doesn't fit their argument doesn't exist as a fact. And you hear that over and over again. God, it's so annoying. I'm getting wound up, but I'm trying not to. What would Labour have done? Well, I don't know. Maybe they would have done what New Zealand did, or Australia, or any other country pretty much in the entire world than us. I mean, this idea that no other party would have done anything different to the Conservative Party is just absolutely ridiculous. What, you mean because they're British, they would have taken the exact same route? Do you honestly think that if Jezza Corbyn had been PM, he would have given £35 billion for a test and trace system that didn't work? Because why? There was no other option? Do you think that he would have hired a company that dealt in pet treats to supply PPE? Is that entirely possible or highly unlikely? And again, they're so angry still. These are people that have won by their own reckoning. They won on Brexit, and they won on getting the Conservatives in wherever it is that they live. So they win and they win and they win, and they just get angrier and angrier and angrier. It's a weird win, isn't it? I mean, the amount of furious Brexiters that call me on a regular basis and start screaming at me because, I don't know, the sunny uplands haven't appeared because it's my fault. Or it's the European Union's fault for being mean to us. Or Jeremy Corbyn's fault for, I don't know, sporting a beard. You'd think that they'd be happy because they win and they win and they win on their terms. But I think it's because they win and nothing good happens. That's the problem. They go out, they do as they're told, they put their cross in the box that they were instructed to do, and it doesn't get better. They go out and they vote for a Brexit that they were promised at, £350 million a week for the NHS, and we were going to prevent people from coming over here, and everyone's going to earn more money, and you were going to have more pert and firm buttocks, and none of that happened. I think that underscores the anger. That, to me, is the only explanation I can come up with, because I do receive calls from absolutely apoplectically angry people who, by their own terms, are winning. God, can you imagine what they'd be like if they lost? Stu texts, you sound cross. What happened? Did another red wall constituency fall to the Conservatives? You know the Conservatives who have made such a mess of things? I think that part's ironic. Like, it's me saying that they've made such a mess. As in, the proof that they haven't made a mess of things is that another red wall constituency fell to them. Stu says, perhaps you're looking down the wrong end of your telescope. I don't know what that means. That's Stu from Barrow-in-Furness, a working-class town which went blue at the last election. How's that working out for the good people of Barrow-in-Furness, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
That's what I thought. How to change the dreadful way it's been going for you for the last 10 years, Barrow-in-Furness. Vote for the party that's been in power for the last 10 years. That'll work. Alistair says, 17 million people have reminded me that the great British public is not so great. Well, we have our moments. I don't think that this is one of them. Let's have a call in Brighton. Joe.
Hi, it's the original Joe from Brighton. How are you, Nick?
Fine. I don't know what that means.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me start, as I have to say to you, Boris is the patron saint for the self-inflicted. Seriously, I mean, how can you vote for a party what shuts down hospitals, has a history of shutting down hospitals, don't pay for cladding of people, they approved all their schemes and say that they have nothing to do with it. They had chances to mend the law many times. They shut down children's help, Sure Start centres. They privatised 50 of the most important companies we ever had in this country, and at the moment we're going through the ARM NVIDIA thing. They're trying to look into see if they should sell it off to NVIDIA, one of the most important mobile phone chip makers. I mean, everything we've ever created has been sold off, and then you vote, and then they wonder why they have no jobs when you drive around or up north. Honestly, it's unbelievable. Self-inflicted.
On the other hand, Joe, he does have funny hair.
Well, this is it. I mean, But you know what my uncle used to say? We have short memories.
I don't.
We have short memories, and people. Labour makes a fair policy, and then the Tories sell it off.
Right. All right. It's not that we have short memories. I don't think we have any memory at all. It's as though our memories have been removed. It's as though we've been hypnotised. The entire world, the entire country has been hypnotised. It's just taking some more than others. All right, thanks a lot, Joe. Alan in Manchester says, Nick, you don't sound what you look like. Well, I don't know what that means. He says, I voted for the Green Party.
Groovy.
The Groovy Green Party, eh? Pauline in Woking says, I can't believe these results. The Tories are a network of corruption and cronyism. Voters have just given them a mandate to continue. No party properly taking them to task. All of the opposition parties should be tearing chunks out of the Conservative Party on a daily basis. But they're not. They're too polite, is the thing. And they're not in politics anymore. I hate to break the news to them, but we're all living in Donald Trump's world now. It's not politics anymore, it's show business. You won't get noticed if you're on stage with Ken Dodd. We have a clown as PM. You have to at least, rise above your conservative small c demeanour, Keir. And it's no good being, and the amount of times I say, he was very, incisive and witty at Prime Minister's questions. Who cares? What difference does that make? Nobody watches. This is The Guardian from about a month ago. Tory sleaze is back is Labour's new mantra. Labour has come to see it as the Conservatives' biggest weakness. Well, apparently not. With one insider likening the drip-drip of cronyism allegations to those that engulfed John Major's government. Well, John Major is ancient history. That was a time when people used to resign for doing, for getting caught doing bad things. That's long gone. On Wednesday, this is sort of mid last month, Labour's communication chiefs made the decision to move up a gear and start calling it sleaze. Wow, they used to call it cronyism, and then they started calling it sleaze. That made a difference, didn't it?
No.
After 6 months of attacking the cronyism of government contracts and appointments during the pandemic. Well, cronyism, first of all, is a word that most people never use, ever. I mean, people don't know its exact meaning, and it begins to sound benign. Innocent. Cronyism. Oh, well, what's so bad about cronyism? Well, it's the appointment of friends and associates to positions of authority without proper regards to their qualifications. That's what it means. And that's bad in amateur football, and it's not great in business, but it's terrible in a government. And it's one of the things that you see on those lists, headlined, see if you are being led by an authoritarian regime. If you do an internet search on that, loads of lists will come up, more or less the same. A checklist to see if you are being led by an authoritarian regime. Well, let's go down the list, shall we? See how we get. The dear leader extends his power while weakening the institutions that might scrutinise him. Yup. Repress dissent, as in ban protests. Yup. Favour the rich and powerful while saying that you're against them. Keeping on side of those with the money while braying about the liberal elite. Which is a neat trick. To be the elite and then convince people that you are against the elite. Wave the flag a lot. Oh, you betcha. Do they ever? Politicise the civil service. Attack the press that writes negative or truthful things about you. Attack the opposition with the help of friendly newspaper owners. Manipulate elections. I mean, we have the boundary changes due, and you can't get past a minority voted for the Tories, but they hold the majority of the seats and can do what they want. Bring in new powers under the guise of an emergency. Yup. Demonise foreigners. Need I say more?
I'm a nutcase.
Hobble the courts, cast judges as the enemy of the people. Well, they've absolutely done that. And lie a lot. I mean, I think it's a full house. What do you say, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
And, of course, the big one is enrich yourself, your friends and family from the public's money. It isn't cronyism or misdeeds or any other of those nice words that people say to describe what in any other sphere of life would be something you get fired for and locked up. I mean, can you imagine running a company and you just happen to send contracts for billions of pounds of the company's money to your mates who had no experience in that field? I mean, you'd be out on your ear faster than you could pack up your stapler and photos. You'd be in jail. But the country's not a company, and all that seems to be just fine with the people who are doing it, because it seems to be just fine with the people who would vote for them. And the evidence of that is yesterday. We know all of this. And a significant proportion of the country says, that's all right. More of that, please. Explain that to me. It's not Keir Starmer's fault. I mean, every eye-opening, jaw-dropping detail of the mafia-like tendencies of this regime is met with ever more enthusiastic flag-waving from their fans. They positively love that the government are getting away with so much because I think it upsets the Liberals, small l. That's where we appear to be. Anything is okay with about a third of the country, even if it harms them personally, as long as the rest of the country doesn't like it.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
And so, if that's what the Labour Party were pinning their hopes on, politely pointing out that the clown show that we've got going on here is like being run by the Cosa Nostra, well, I have some disappointing news. There's a huge section of the nation that doesn't care. In fact, like Trump's fans, they actually like that their heroes are getting away with it. It means that they can keep saying, you lost, get over it. Let's have a call in Ilford. Hello, Adam.
Hey. So I was just wondering if you think that the red wall that has been destroyed, apparently, up north, should now just be seen as swing states like the Dinglings in America? Not to be offensive or anything, but I just think if you are that willing to vote against your own interests, maybe Labour needs to see that they are not beholden to left or right. And the thing, all we do is criticise Keir Starmer and the left for not looking out for working class people as if the Tory government and Boris cares. So clearly, we can't be holding each other at the same standards because clearly that's not what, I don't know, what do they say, Bognor Regis man cares about anymore. You know when they give like areas, Essex Steve or whatever, like they give the location like a demographic name.
Yeah.
Clearly that's what the northern people care about. And I mean, they keep saying, oh, Labour's only for the liberal Islington, as if they've even been to Islington. Islington isn't glamorous, besides Jeremy Corbyn Street.
As though that is different in some way from the millionaires and the billionaires that run the Conservative Party. That's the extraordinary thing, is they think, oh, well, Labour, they're for the elite, so I'm going to vote for the guy in the top hat.
But maybe we should do like a city swaps, so we can experience what people are like walk in other people's shoes. Because people think London is paved with gold and it's sunshine and lollipops. I live in a high-rise where I saw a man washing his hands in a puddle. I mean, we are really living in Dickensian poverty in London. I don't know, just because we've got a couple of airports and a shiny museum, the cost of living is so high that we don't actually experience these great things in our city any more than you do, who come to London for a day trip. Do you know what I mean? So it's just so unfair that...
It's the same idea that some Americans have of life in Britain, that we all know the Queen and stop for tea at 3. It's just this
cucumber sandwiches and tea at 3.
It's this fantastical notion of what life is like in London by those who have never been here.
Absolutely. It's like they think we walk around with a monocle, but the truth is, I really think moving forward, I don't know if we can care more about them than they care about themselves. I'm not saying that they need to be punished, but clearly, if they have moved that far up in their economic life, that they can see themselves being benefited by the Conservatives, then let them have it.
Well, the part that I don't get is that people think, oh, well, my life is not going in the right direction, so the person who or the party that can right that wrong is the one that's been in power for the last 11 years. That part I can't get past. It doesn't make any sense.
But aren't you growing tired of reminding people these things? Clearly, these people, not to be offensive, because I know I'm not saying us and them, but we can't care more than they care. And clearly, the ones where you have to let somebody discover it for themselves. We can't keep telling them your life isn't going to get better by doing this. You're like a teenager. Let people do what they want to do, because clearly Labour, if they despise Labour that much and then despise Lib Dems, the Greens, anything on the left that much that they've moved over to the right, then maybe we should give the right a fair crack of the whip, because clearly nothing is getting through to them. They need to find out that maybe there are implications. You get what you deserve, or you get what you vote for.
But Adam, we've had 11 years of it.
Yeah, I know, but
we've had 11 years of a party that's saying that they are the party of law and order, while they cut police numbers by 21,000 and police support staff by 23,000. They've closed, I think it's about half the magistrates' court in the land, and yet people still believe when they say they're the party of law and order, because Priti Patel will come on the screen and say that she's going to double the fine or double the prison sentence for besmirching a statue, for crying out loud.
It's a mess.
It is a mess.
I even got to the point that I thought that they actively put Sean Bailey as the London mayor so that they would lose, so that they could say that Labour is just for London, and they focused on everywhere else. Because clearly having a Labour mayor with a Conservative government that they can use, a couple of weeks ago on the podium, Boris was bashing him during the COVID briefings. Do you know what I mean? When we've even got, blaming him for the TfL when he actively doesn't give funding. Clearly we do need a Conservative mayor to get Conservative funding, because they only help out their own constituents.
Well, there was a very illuminating, I can't remember who it was, but they were, somebody wanted them reported to the electoral committee. They said, some local councillor, a Tory, said, you better vote for me, because a Conservative government is not going to be best disposed to send money unless we have a Conservative leader to the council. I thought, wow.
But it's true.
But that's true. That's saying the quiet part out loud. But again, it's just so Trumpist. It's so brazen. He's telling you what he's doing as he's doing it, and almost defying you to have him arrested. And his fans love it because he's getting away with it, and they'd like to get away with it too. Or it just upsets the Liberals, small l. I'm beyond trying to understand it anymore. And I get your point. It's like I hear that you're at the end of your tether, and if people want to vote for something that is not in their own interest, then okay, let them find out about it. But we've had time to find out about it. They're still convinced that it's the other side's fault. It's like Brexit, again and again and again. People call me up in in a state of high anxiety, furious at me, saying, pointing out the truth. They're still fighting it. Furious they are. It's. I think that this entire country has jumped the shark. I think probably the best thing at this point would be to switch us off and on again. Can we try that? Where else? Mary in Oxford says, regarding the current state of the Labour Party, do you think that the voting public perceive the shadow cabinet to be rather young and inexperienced? In times of crisis, people often turn to controlling leaders. Perhaps post-COVID, people will think about society's glaring inequalities again and give Labour a chance. Well, again, we've had plenty of time. We know that they're the party in much the same way the Republicans are in America. I mean, it's the same people who are running both parties, essentially. It's the money's coming from the same place, more or less. They're the party of winner takes all, which is great if you're already a winner. And to be there, you most likely have to be born into that position, because money maintains money in the hands of those who already have it. Our laws are written that way, a tax code is written that way. It's for the benefit of those who are already rich. I mean, that's not a controversial thing to say, right? I mean, that's just true. So if you are well off and you vote for the party of the winner takes all, then I completely get it. But if you're not, what's the thinking there? Is it like you've been presented with a lottery ticket and you think, I'm going to win? It's vanishingly unlikely that you actually will. But I do wish you the best of luck. Fingers crossed, eh? Jeff in Bromley says, why aren't the press calling out or challenging the lies when Bodger spouts them? Because he's doing a Donald Trump. He says them so frequently and off the top of his head that you do, that, I mean, if I said to you, under the Conservative Party, we have invested 150% more than the previous regime did on things that make you smile. Well, you don't have the evidence to prove that that's wrong, and by the time you've thought, hang on a minute, that doesn't make any sense, then I will have already told you another 5 lies, and your head will start spinning. That's what Trump does. I mean, it's like Bodger Johnson saying, and I've heard him say it several times now, we only managed to roll out the vaccines because of Brexit, which is a total lie. It has absolutely nothing to do with Brexit. We could have done the exact same thing if we had still been in the European Union. He said, we managed to squash the European Super League because we got Brexit done. Also, a complete lie. It had absolutely nothing to do with it. And he had nothing to do with squashing the European Super League. But he's going to take credit for it anyway. So both of those things were really easy for a reporter on TV, because it was both times I heard him say that, it was on TV to a reporter. And I think, I don't know, when you're on TV and the camera's rolling and your mind's probably not working right, and plus you don't want to interrupt because it will look rude. I think people have got to start being rude. Particularly reporters. I mean, for crying out loud, what's your job? Just to stand there with your mic, holding it in front of him so he can just lie? Tell him no. Tell him he's a bad Prime Minister. Give him 6 of the best. He'll probably send him right back to his school days. He'll love it. 0345 6060 973. Anton says, I hope you and the rest of the lefty LBC presenters have got the message from the election results. Your views are outdated and supported only by the metropolitan elite. Again, the metropolitan elite. The implication being that the Labour Party are the metropolitan elite, not the Conservative Party. Really, where is your head at? The Conservative Party are the party against the metropolitan elite. It's like a magic trick they're pulling. Have you seen this guy?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
He wears a top hat to bed. You think you're voting against the metropolitan elite by voting Tory? Well, I know you shouldn't call people stupid, but really, if you stop saying stupid things, people might stop thinking of you as stupid. Anton. This text says Britain has PTSD from World War II. We do seem to go on about it a lot. It's like we never won that either. You'd think we'd be happier, but no, still fighting it. County Durham. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Yes, I'm just ringing about the Hartlepool by-election.
Oh, yes.
A lot of trumpeting about it being a strong Tory victory, and I was looking at the figures and noted that the turnout was 42%.
Wow.
Which some commentators said it was a high turnout. Well, I didn't think that was the case. And I looked at the figures for the main two parties, Tory and Labour, and when that was sort of the figures were extrapolated, it appears that the winners were the apathetic party.
Yes.
With a 58% vote.
Yeah.
Followed in second place by the Tories with 22% of the enfranchised vote.
Right.
And considering that I think the party leaders, Keir Starmer and Boris Johnson, had been there 3 times each, and a lot of effort had been put into the by-election, it was a pretty poor do, and I think for me it reflects what happens with voting. I can remember with Brexit when it was 52-48, but there was never seemed to be any mention of the 11 or 12 million, perhaps it was even more, that didn't even vote.
Yeah, quite.
And that was really just the point that I wanted to put across, that in spite of all the efforts that have gone into Hartlepool, we get 4 out of 10 people voting. 6 out of 10 people just
Can't
seem
be bothered.
not to wish to bother.
Yeah, and then complain about it afterwards.
Yes, well, we I don't know whether we can say that for sure, but I'm sure that if anything goes wrong, perhaps people are going to say, oh, they didn't do this or they did do that, and if you don't cast your vote. I mean, on a point you made earlier on about, I don't know whether you were making the point that you're wasting your vote if you vote for an independent or you vote for a minor party. My view has always been that...
I was going to say that, but then I stopped myself, but that's not actually correct. But go on.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was that my view was is that I vote, and I have spoiled my ballot paper in the past when I've not been able to make a decision. I'm a floating voter, so it's I try to consider what the salient points are in placing your vote, and then go from there. But you have to accept. I think you have to accept that there are many people who are not politically engaged. I mean, I'm a senior citizen, and I've always taken an interest.
Right.
But, there are other things to do as well.
Well, yes, of course. Senior citizens do vote in larger percentage than any other age group. And that's pretty much always been the case, or has been the case since about the 1960s.
Yes.
When everybody, all age groups, voted on a similar percentage. It was about something of the order of 70%. Yeah. Now it's only the 55 pluses that get anywhere near that, and kids have dropped in numbers as far as the percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds. They've dropped by about half.
Yes.
Every single person in this country should be forced by law to vote during every election.
Well, I think is that not the case in Australia, where they're fined, and I think they have a turnout of 98%?
Right, exactly, precisely as it should be here. But it won't happen with the current administration because a low turnout suits them.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, really, that was just that. I never seem to hear anybody, the what are they called? Not seroptimists, the psephologists, the people who like Sir John Curtis and formerly David Butler. They talk about that. There never seems to be a great deal of mention about the people that don't vote. And I know, obviously, in general elections, we do get sort of higher turnout, 70% plus, 80% plus. Where the apathetic party probably wouldn't win, but I think certainly for Hartlepool that was the case, and it was a resounding success for the apathetic party.
Right. Okay.
So that's my point.
All right. Thanks a lot, John. People who don't vote should be thrashed. This says Jacob Rees-Mogg is a gentleman. Leave him alone. Oh, please! You've got to be kidding me. No, he isn't. Is a man with a phony accent that uses politeness, uses phony politeness as a weapon. He's not a gentleman. Look at his voting record. Phil tweets, ignoring PMQs, Prime Minister's questions, that's Westminster bubble stuff. Labour has mounted 0 opposition in the last 12 months. In a vacuum, nobody hears you scream. Yeah, well, it's been a unique year, though, hasn't it? I mean, the problem for Starmer is that, in fact, it was sort of illuminated by a caller that I had more or less at the beginning of the show, saying that, what we want is unity. We want the Labour Party to be working with the Conservative Party to make the country better. Why can't they stop sniping and get in line with the Tories, the Labour Party, which is the absolute opposite of the truth. The Labour Party should have been tearing chunks out of them, but it's difficult to do when all you're hearing on a daily basis with a megaphone in your face is COVID. I mean, it's the only thing that anybody's been interested in for the last year. It's been pretty much the only news story for 12 months or more. So it's like being in war. It's in wartime. That's the only thing that's even close. And in wartime, there is a tendency for the public to rally behind the flag. And boy, has there been a lot of flag waving lately, like an epidemic of it. And so that's the only reason I can think of, other than people are still fighting Brexit and digging their heels in and reaffirming their position that they're going to get Brexit done. Because if they change their mind now, it would be to admit that perhaps they've been had and that's too much loss of face. So there's that, accompanied by this tendency for people to get all patriotic in time of war, which is what this COVID thing is about. And we forget everything that happened in the past and just remember what happened yesterday, which is that we heard good numbers about the vaccine rollout. And so he's getting credit for that, and we're forgetting what's happened, what we can see in the rearview mirror. It's like we've turned the rearview mirror to the ceiling and we're not looking at it anymore because it's too painful, the mountain of dead bodies and the economic crash. And the vast amount of our money that's been spirited away to who knows where. They won't tell us. It's a secret. You got to trust them. You trust them, don't you?
No.
Not really. Not really, no. Let's have Manchester. Hello, Graham.
Good evening.
Yes, Graham.
They're not idiots. They're not stupid. They're just interminably delusional.
Who are?
All these folk who were saying how brilliant the Tory party happened to be.
Oh, right.
Oh, just a few things that spokespeople for the Tory party have been known to come out with over this last week or so.
Yes.
Since Brexit, 180,000 jobs have been created in Hartlepool.
No, wasn't it that they were going to create? It's another promise. It's
they've created them. They're determined, even though Hartlepool only has a population of 92,000 here. I think that's pretty decent, don't you?
Yeah, everybody has now got 3 jobs in Hartlepool. Who knew?
Just to make ends meet. One of the other ones was that the Labour, socialists have always been devoid of ideas and policies.
Right.
So I'm thinking, why doesn't the guy who's got the microphone say NHS,
exactly.
police,
right.
fire service, ambulance service,
army?
It's just there is the best opposition to the Conservative Party at the moment is still Marcus Rashford.
That's right. Oh my God!
But before he came out with what he came out with, he was just another thick footballer, according to the elite, which happen to be Tories, as you very well know.
Yeah, the people have been persuaded that the elite are now the Labour Party, and that the people to fight the elite on behalf of the poor are the Conservative Party. I mean, they must be putting drugs in the water supply.
Since when have the Tories been fond of the working class people? They detest the working classes unless there's a war.
Oh, well, then they become very, very useful. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point, isn't it? But it just beggars belief that people actually carry on believing this stuff. It's like Trump. The more lies he told, the more people agreed with him.
Well, the more people like it. I think his fans like it. They must be. Well, I was going to say they must be aware that much of what he says was a lie, but something of the order of 70% of Republicans believe that the election was stolen from them. So maybe they don't understand that it's a lie.
Well, because the more you believe, the more difficult it is to admit you were wrong.
Yes.
If he lied about one thing, he did. You would have to say, well, perhaps he lied about others. So if you believe everything he says, then you're with the majority. You become the idiot because you don't believe that nobody went to the moon. Or if you you drink Domestos, it'll get rid of COVID. It's just unreal.
I always like to mix Domestos with a little cola. It makes it go down much more easily.
Less fizz.
Yeah, that's right. All right, thanks a lot, Graham. Cheers, mate. A couple of ice cubes, a bit of gin in there. What a way to start the day. What do you reckon, Carol? Booze. Nadine Dorris. This is a tweet from her. Boris Johnson has delivered Brexit and trade deals. Trade deals. Hey, how are those trade deals doing for us, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, are they coming even close to making up for the ones that we've lost? No, I didn't think so. Brexit, trade deals, and jobs for Hartlepool. That's spelt wrong, isn't it?
Yes, he can't even spell it.
Spelt wrong. Spelt wrong. Oh, well, never mind. They love you anyway. There is no amount of punishment they won't take. Jobs for Hartlepool, spelt wrong, along with a hashtag Freeport, which I don't know how you think that's going to benefit the... what's the point? And here's the kicker, 180,000 well-paid jobs. Really. See, the problem with that, Nadine Dorris, is not only do you not know how to spell Hartlepool, which is pretty worrying in and of itself, but the entire population of Hartlepool is about half of these supposed 180,000 well-paid jobs that you've just advertised. And it finishes with Conservatives deliver, we get stuff done. Well, you make stuff up, if that's what you mean. Camberwell, hello, Will.
Oh, evening, Nick. Evening. I've been listening to your show with waves of frustration and excitement and sort of concern.
Yes.
Listen to my fellow listeners giving you a ring. I've decided I'm gonna be optimistic, if I may. It's my natural nature. Okay.
Right.
So if one is of a Labour supporting side, yeah, we're down at the moment. We got a bit of a kicking for various reasons that have been discussed. The way I look at it, though, the main election, okay, this is some of the local elections. The main gig is in 3.5 years or something. So this for me is a very concrete warning of what's going to come up, isn't it? And an act needs to be got together for anybody, essentially, who does not support this government. It's not particularly about which party you are, but anyone who doesn't support the current lot, because that's when things really need to count, is in 3.5 years. So I think this is a standing alert to, like I said, get acts together and just sort it out before then. A quick point on that, though, I heard Len McCluskey earlier, not known to be a fan of that wing of the Labour Party. He was saying it's not time to get rid of Starmer. A lot of people have said he's only been there a year. So I hope he takes it on the chin.
Yeah.
Thinks I tried my thing, it didn't really work, but we've got 3 years. Let's crack on with this.
Well, I suppose so, but okay, well, there's a couple of things there.
Yeah.
In 3.5 years, we won't. Let's hope that COVID will be a distant memory, and the government won't have that to wrap themselves in the flag and say we saved you. So they won't have that. Plus, Brexit will have kicked in. They won't be fighting for Brexit anymore. It will absolutely, definitely, and totally be soon enough to tell whether it's been good or bad. And so the people who wanted Brexit with every fibre of their being, they will have had it. And so in 3 years, you think they wouldn't still be fighting for it, surely. So it will be a completely different political landscape then, in the next general election, as it is than it is now, because those two things, the Brexit and the virus, have completely distorted the political landscape. But does Keir Starmer have it?
What I think he does have is, I don't know if you saw PMQs on Wednesday, but he was goading Johnson
doesn't matter.
the flat stuff. Yeah, but he was skewing him, and he was panicking. He was getting all red.
Johnson did. He lost his mind for a moment there, but it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
Can't those skills not be used by Starmer in the positive with a run-up? And I'm thinking about this whole leasehold and cladding and stuff, right? I think they've got an Achilles heel there, because Sajid Javid was the one who originally said no flat person or leaseholder will ever have to pay for it or something. And then it's like they're going to have to pay for some of it, hasn't it? And then it's degraded. And now they're talking about extra mortgages where you pay £50 for your... And literally yesterday or the day before, another flat in Docklands caught fire. So why don't they just really go for the jugular on sorting that out? And the Conservatives may not be able to do anything about it due to their sort of donor culture, the people who are giving them all the money.
The open goals that have been presented to Keir Starmer to tear chunks out of this government, never in recorded history has there been such opportunities to rip apart a governing party, and it will probably never be gifted again in our lifetimes. I can't imagine the circumstance in which it would be, other than prosecuting an unpopular war. So, but he hasn't managed to do it because he's, I don't know, too polite, too nice.
What was the other open goal then, would you say, the main one? What was the main one?
Well, the billions and billions and billions of pounds that have just disappeared from the public's purse into the pockets of, well, we don't know. It's a secret. But it looks very much like Tory donors.
Well, I hope that will come out in an audit office report or something in due course, fingers crossed, but you never know, because it may not.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to add, if I may, in terms of final point, was that I'm not an expert on this, I'm a normal working guy, but I'm aware, speaking of the Welsh, who've done very well, they're very Laboury today. I think the light should be shone on them as being part of our island, which has never had loads of wonga, loads of money, and yet they're working people. Right. And they were getting dropped on from a big height, and they actually founded the Labour Party, clues in the name, and they came together to back each other. And now, despite all the trickery and all of the name calling and woke this and stronger, all of that, who do they come out? They came out and they stuck together, and I think they deserve preps for that 100 years later.
Ditto Scotland. It's an English thing. The English are still fighting World War II, which is what Brexit is all about.
And divide and rule being a very, very well-known thing to do if you're in the sort of 1%.
It rarely fails, All right, thanks a lot, Will. It's an English thing. It's not even an all-English thing. It's an English thing of the North. Well, I was going to say it's an English thing of poor areas, but London has some of the most deprived areas in the country. I mean, people who haven't been to London, they seem, a certain type of person seems to have the idea that everybody in London lives as Jacob Rees-Mogg does. We all live in mansions and have butlers. We're just as poor as you are. So, I think it's like mass delusion, really. The Conservative Party have been in for twice as long as the Labour Party since the Second World War. I'll just pause and let that sink in. The Conservative Party have led this country for twice as long as the Labour Party have since the Second World War. And yet, everything that's wrong with the country is still apparently Labour's fault. How does that work? Let's have, talking about poor parts of London. Well, some of it's poor. Some of it's doing very well, thank you. Shepherd's Bush. Hello, David.
Hi, Nick. Now then, I don't normally phone radio programmes. However, when I heard you speak about this government, it made me realise that perhaps there's some hope. Maybe I'm not living in a parallel universe. My only regret is you're not on kind of at 8 o'clock in the evening, and preferably being broadcast across all the television channels as well. Because that brings me neatly to the point I'd like to make. I think the reason that we all feel, people who are a bit more tuned into what's going on, that we all feel we're in a parallel existence, is because the government is not being held to account by the mainstream television media. And the reason that I pick that particular branch of the media is because most people work hard. They come home, they're tired, they may not read a newspaper, they have their dinner, they shove on the news. It's a very passive activity.
Yeah.
And if you were to watch the news, which I'm sure you do, you would be forgiven for thinking the government's doing an okay kind of job.
Yeah.
You've not got your Jeremy Paxmans, your Andrew Neil. Okay, Andrew was a bit to the right, but at least they cross-examined these people. And to make as if that's not bad enough, to make it even worse, we're supposed to be a democracy, and when a minister is asked to appear on the BBC to comment on whatever it might be that they're doing about the COVID-19, we did ask the minister to come on, but nobody was available.
Yeah.
And what they should be saying, yet again, they should be saying nobody is available. We did explain that we are supposed to be living in a democracy, but there we have it. I mean, I actually had to stop watching the news. I was losing my sanity.
Well, I don't think TV news is going to get any better from this moment on, David, because they are staging a takeover of our national broadcaster and putting in position people who are much more likely to just repeat the word of the dear leader.
I'm afraid so. And the problem is the media is, as we all know, they're extraordinarily powerful. I mean, if you take Jeremy Corbyn, for example, right? Now, obviously, he was flawed. Of course, all politicians basically are to some extent.
Yeah.
I mean, this government's a very good example of that.
Right.
They've got more flaws than most.
Mm-hmm.
But to listen to people speak about Jeremy Corbyn, it's as if he was the devil personified.
Yes.
In actual fact, he was a very decent kind of bloke who cared.
And his policies were popular with the public up until the point that you told the public whose policies they were. You'd read these policies, perhaps the rich should pay more in the way of tax, and we'll renationalise the railways and raise the minimum wage, and all these things which were popular with the public until you told them that it was Jeremy Corbyn's policies, and then they say, "Oh my God, that socialist, that bearded weirdo, God no."
Yes. I mean, all one would hope for from the media, this isn't a crucifixion of the Tory party. I mean, in the past, in years gone by, there were some decent Tory ministers and who were decent enough human beings. Okay, I may not agree with their politics, but this lot, here's the thing. They are so dumb as well. When you listen to them speak like Hancock and all that, and I've actually listened to what he says, not the way he's saying it, because everybody listens to Boris because he's this bumbling English gentleman, very likeable and all that, I get it, but if you actually listen to what he's saying, it becomes a different story.
Yeah, if you write it down and you read it as text, then it's just a farrago of nonsense.
Yes. I mean, so that's why I phoned, because I thought, oh my God, because I really was giving up. I mean, we do need the media. The television media has to get back to some form of sanity. It seems to have coincided with the pandemic. And the reason I picked that out in particular is because when the pandemic became a known factor, the media, the main television media, BBC, ITV and so on, were standing shoulder to shoulder with the government. And actually,
it's like war. It's like being at war. You rally behind the flag.
But there is a wee caveat, and it's a rather important caveat. That is a fair enough policy. I actually felt myself, I can understand where the media are coming from. But when it becomes injurious to the population, because they're making mistake after mistake, that's time for the Director General of the BBC and other major media outlets to say, look, we have to start telling the people the reality. We can't have a Prime Minister telling people to go back to work, and then you look, he made a mistake, funnily enough. And when you looked at the pictures of the tube stations, they were absolutely packed. This is going back a considerable period of time.
Right.
But it's just one example amidst a catalogue of examples.
Well, they're every day. I mean, like, pick one. You've got a dozen every single day. Just pick one and run with it. Yeah.
I know. But all I'm asking is that the media, because I know that these ministers, if you compare these ministers with some former Tory prime ministers, for example, and you compare Boris with them, they're like very, let's say Heath or something like that.
Any previous PM would have resigned in disgrace by now.
Correct.
And would have just removed themselves from the public eye in shame. But the reason why they're getting away with it is because we're all living in Donald Trump's world now, and no shame wins the day.
There's a lot of truth in that. Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that.
David, I'm sorry, mate, but I'm going to have to go because I'm way past the break, but thanks for that. Brixton, hello, Susie.
Yes, I mean, you really are scaring me when we have to sit down and really think about it. These people actually voted for a government that gives nurses 1% pay rise and all the other things, as you said, they've done. I mean, it's like the Emperor's new clothes. Everybody keeps saying, oh, the clothes are wonderful. I love the cloth. I love the colours. And then someone's going to say, well, he's not wearing nothing.
Oh, my God.
Disgusting.
Nobody wants to see that, Boris. Put it away.
They're really sanctimonious megalomaniacs. They're dangerous.
Wow, that's a lot of syllables you just inserted in there. Sanctimonious megalomaniacs. Wow.
Yes. I mean, seriously, I'm going to have nightmares now. The bogeyman is under the bed.
Well, he actually is. I hate to break the news to you. Don't look there. Just be assured that he is actually there.
I mean, if we get Sadiq Khan in as well, I mean, they're already closing off Ferndale Road and Sandmead Grove and all the other roads. We won't be able to go anywhere, so we'll be locked in our houses.
Why are they closing off those roads?
The LTN scheme.
Oh. Haven't they ripped all those out yet?
No, we've had a few vandals. I mean, the cameras are pointing to the sky once, and now they've disappeared. They'll probably replace them.
Well, they've nicked the cameras.
Yes.
That's terrible. But there was a lot of those...
vandalism that's going on with these LTN schemes.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of low-traffic neighbourhood schemes that were introduced when we were all locked up inside because of, the government's ineffectual battle against the virus. Last year, and then they ripped them all out again. But yours stayed there, did they?
No, they just put them in now. The ones on Ferndale Road, and I think it's Shannon Grove, yes.
Oh, right.
And Ferndale Road, and that's a straight run through 3 boroughs. One end's Brixton, one end's Clapham.
Right.
And there's an MOT centre there, and a pub, and lots of other businesses. And lots of people live there. So if you call a cab now, they can't get down there. They have to do a big circle round and round just to get to you. I mean, I'm disabled. And if I want to go shopping or go swimming or anything, I can't go because they can't get to you. You actually have to go to Stockwell Road and call
a cab. Stockwell Road? Oh, no. Don't go anywhere near Stockwell Road, Susie. Promise me you won't do that.
Nobody can come and get you or collect you. You can't go shopping, laundrette, nothing. Right. It's ridiculous.
Right, just steer clear of Stockwell, whatever you do. See if I can squeeze a couple more in. Guildford, hello, Peter.
Hello, Nick.
Peter.
Yeah, how are you? All right?
Great, mate.
Good. Yeah, I've heard a couple of very, very angry working class callers on your show tonight.
On this show? What were they angry about? Nothing I said, surely.
I think so. But I was curious. I was thinking to myself, when they get ill, where do they go for treatment? Do they use the wicked, evil, nasty, socialist National Health Service?
Socialist NHS?
Yeah. Or when they lose their job or they're too ill to work, do they use again the wicked, nasty, socialist welfare state?
Yeah.
Or the police if they need a crime investigating? And these people, they really do need to learn social history, and realise what party created it and what they're doing. Like you so rightly say, the Tories have managed to look like they're the insurgents
It is amazing that the people on the top have managed to cloak themselves in victimhood to such an extent that they appear to the public to be the underdogs. They're the people that own everything. They are the 1%, and yet they come across like they're the underdogs. What a magic trick they pulled.
Well, the Conservative Party is the party of business. It has to get elected because we live in a democracy. But once it's elected, it comes out with a load of rubbish it hands to these right-wing working class people. But once it's elected, it serves its friends in big business, like you said about handing out contracts.
And it used to be done with a nod and a wink under the counter. But here, this lot are doing it with a fanfare and spotlights. Look at what we're doing, everybody.
Yeah, and the more they do it, the
more their fans love it.
They love it.
Yeah, they do, yeah. Because they're getting away with it. Because it upsets the Liberals, small L.
I mean, look at with Corbyn. I voted for Corbyn more than Starmer. But you had a man there who was a loony left, crazy, mad, and people couldn't see that the reason he was being attacked by the right-wing press, and even some in New Labour, but the right-wing press, is because he was a threat to the rich and powerful.
To the very people who were attacking him. Yes, of course.
And they own the newspapers. They call the shots. The journalists are too frightened to lose their jobs, so they write all these stories about he's a loony, he's a commie, he's this, he's that and the other.
Yes.
When in reality, him and the late Tony Benn, for example, were people that, unlike New Labour and all that, they really wanted to shift power from the elite at the top to ordinary people.
Yeah, just a small redistribution. We're not talking about communism.
No.
We're just talking about a little redistribution. Yeah, just a tiny redistribution.
That's right.
Not a lot, just a little, just a smidge. But even that was way too much.
Well, when you think of the 1945 government, it did nationalise a few things, brought in the welfare state, but it didn't create a communist society, did it?
No.
It created a democratic socialist system.
I think I've got to go, Peter, because I'm coming up to a break. But thanks for that. I think in a nutshell, one of the greatest achievements of the Conservative Party and their client media, the offshore billionaire media barons, is to persuade people that the ruling class are actually the underdogs, that cloak themselves in victimhood to such an extent that they have persuaded people that they're the ones who are struggling to get ahead, the ones that already have made it. It's not even the 1%, it's the 0.1%. That those are the people that are, under the cosh. They managed to persuade people that that's it. And the evidence is, time and time again, I get a message saying, we voted Conservative to stick it to the elites. I mean, my God. Are you people out of your minds? Just to close, Alexandra texts, the Tories spent the 80s rattling the working class cage. Now they're cattling the working class rage. Wow. That's a pretty neat way of putting it, Alexandra. Yes, we're going to talk about the London mayoral race, which was, or is rather, a little more nail-biting than was expected. Sadiq Khan was due to romp home by most estimates. It hasn't actually gone that way. The two front-runners were neck and neck last night after early voting in the capital, after polls which saw the Labour incumbent winning by some distance, and that's what was expected. But like much else that's happened over the past, year, I suppose, it's come as something of a surprise, this. He opened up a 5-point lead over Mr Bailey, 40 to 36, which, maths fans, is not a 5-point lead, it's approximately 4. And I think it's about there or thereabouts at the moment. We'll keep you updated as the result comes in. Mr Khan went ahead in 5 of the 7 boroughs that were due to complete their counts. The Tory was ahead in the other 2. It's a more rather complicated system than is normally the case to elect the London mayor. It's the supplementary vote system is what they use. You make a first and second choice when you vote, and if no candidate gets more than 50% of the first choice votes, which I believe is the case, then all except the top two candidates are eliminated. And if your first choice candidate is eliminated and your second choice is for one of the top two, your second choice is counted. There, I hope that's clear. If you have any comments about this, about the record of the incumbent and the prospect of change at the top, last time around, it was relatively easy for Sadiq Khan. The first round vote was 44 to 35 between him and Zach Goldsmith. Those are the two that went head to head rather. The final votes came out at 56 for Sadiq Khan and a lowly 43 for Zach Goldsmith. And Sadiq Khan looking for another 3 years, because this was, it would have been more, of course, but it was cancelled because of COVID, which you've probably heard about. Here's a call in Dagenham. Verol.
Hello.
Yes, Verol.
I am not very happy with Sadiq Khan. In fact, to be honest, I can't even stand the man.
Right.
He's done some very nasty things to people like me. I'm a pensioner. My wife is a pensioner, cancer sufferer. She's got an appointment tomorrow morning in the hospital at 8 o'clock. How is she supposed to get there if she can't use her freedom pass?
She can't use her freedom pass.
No, she can't. We can't use the freedom pass because Sadiq Khan has changed it to 9 o'clock or 9:30. School kids can't go to school early in the morning because of Sadiq Khan has changed that as well. I've got an old car, very good condition. I can't drive from here to Stratford because I've got to drive that A13. So I've got to get rid of that to buy a new car. Do you know how much a new car costs?
Yeah.
I've never bought a new car in my life.
Well, no, neither have I.
This man has done some very nasty things to people, especially pensioners.
Right.
I went on a journey the other day to Hackney. It would have taken me 10, 15 minutes. It took me 1.5 hours because there was blocks in all the roads. I was sitting there seeing great big pylons in the middle of the road with flowers in them. I had to drive all the way around the world to get to a 5-minute journey. And he's saying this is because of climate change? No, it's not.
Well, why do you think it is then?
Excuse me. How does sitting in a traffic pumping out emission help climate change?
Well, no, that doesn't. The intention surely is to persuade you not to do that in the first place.
So how do I get to where I'm going?
You could take
when I take the bus.
Yeah, you could take the bus, and I think the people next door are going to queue up. There's a hole in my bucket, because I think that's pretty much the circular argument that we're going to have, Verol. I'm disappointed to hear that you're upset. Let's talk to John Rentoul, the chief political commentator for The Independent. Hello, John. Yes, John. So you've been following this. What are your thoughts?
What, the mayoral race?
Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, Sean Bailey's done better than expected.
Yeah, how's he done that?
Well, I wonder if we're not seeing a bit of the old reaction against Theresa May. You remember when Theresa May called a general election because she was 20 points ahead? I think the British public thought, well, she's taking us for granted, and I suspect there's a bit of an element of that people don't want Sadiq Khan to get ahead of himself, to get too big for his boots. So all these polls showing he was heading for an absolute walkover landslide, I think might have tempted a few people just to sort of want to give him a bit of a check.
Really? No. It's a Boris bounce, surely. Anything that's associated with that man seems to have no relation to gravity.
Yeah, well, no, I think there's an element of that, but that didn't get picked up by the polls that I've seen for London. So I think there might have just been a bit of a hesitation, people thinking that we don't want Sadiq Khan to to think that he can just walk into this.
London is traditionally a Labour town, though, isn't it? I mean, Boris Johnson, he's got his own special thing. I've no idea how he does it. I think it's all to do with his hair. He's like a Samson figure. But traditionally, London has been the home of Labour, so it's not too much of a surprise that Sadiq Khan should win another term in office, surely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's not a surprise at all. What is a surprise is that, he's been forced to go to a second round of counting because he didn't get 50% of first preferences, which I think some of the polls suggested he would. So, I don't think this is a huge deal. But I was expecting Labour to do well in London and the South. And Sadiq has not really outperformed in the way that other Labour candidates have elsewhere, like in the west of England and Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayor. We've seen some very good results for Labour, whereas Sadiq Khan, he's doing what you would expect in a Labour city.
I wonder if part of it is that people expected Sadiq Khan to get in. His supporters weren't expecting anybody to pose a serious threat. I mean, even the Conservative Party didn't think that their own candidate was up to the job. And so they perhaps thought, well, it's a bit chilly out. I can't be bothered. He's going to win anyway.
I think there's an element of that as well. You're right. It wasn't because the result wasn't in doubt. It's difficult to motivate your foot soldiers to get out there. Whereas, for the West of England mayor or the Cambridgeshire mayor, that's Labour trying to take a seat away from the Conservatives. You've got much more incentive to get your ground troops out there and active, and I think that might be a bit of an explanation, but. Sadiq Khan's obviously going to win, and that's quite an achievement to win 2 terms.
Yeah, it is, but to come what appears to be relatively close to losing to a candidate who nobody gave a cat's chance in hell to, just seems a bit. But I guess we're just going through weird times, aren't we?
That's right. I mean, Sean Bailey was really the sort of Cinderella candidate of the entire Conservative operation across the country, with those strange adverts which looked like he was selling soap powder, and nobody expected him to do very well. He was down at sort of 20-something% in some of the polls, and yet he's shown that the Conservative brand is strong enough. Boris Johnson's brand is strong enough to lift even a no-hoper candidate like him.
Yes. Well, they continue to be interesting times, don't they?
Well, quite.
We are expecting the result of the London mayoral race any moment, and we will keep you abreast. Talking about the imminent result being announced of our next London mayor. The winner will serve a 3-year term due to the election being postponed from last year because of the pandemic. And Sadiq Khan had been expected to romp home in the capital. He's a Remainer, and London is most certainly a Remainer town. And so they're expected to be like a marriage made in heaven. But it hasn't quite gone that way, and Sean Bailey, who John Rentoul described perhaps unkindly as the joke candidate, has done better than expected, better even than his own party expected. Let's talk to Sam in Ealing. Hello, Sam.
Hi there, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I think, well, in my opinion, Sadiq Khan's the worst thing what's happened to London in the past. In my eyes, he's promised so much and he's not delivered. Social housing, he's made it hard for everyone in terms of getting around in London, in terms of increasing the congestion charge. The ULEZ and then increasing it as well. I can understand what in terms of the climate change and that we need to control the emissions of the vehicles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make sense that we're having to get hit that hard. As technology is developing and evolving, you're going to get cleaner vehicles, and that's coming through.
Yeah, but we can't wait that long though, Sam.
But then the normal Joe blogs can't get by, can't get around, and they're literally getting hit with this levy. And it's just unbelievable. And then,
but the idea,
social housing and affordable homes,
yes, Sam,
that's not being delivered.
Well, it's a little difficult to just all right, Sam, but it's a little difficult to just magic social housing out of thin air. He hasn't done nothing. He's done better than the previous incumbent, Boris Johnson, managed.
Well, but then he's the one who's coming from a working class family where his dad was a bus driver, so he would understand most of the working class families who are going through these hardships. And then with the congestion zone, increasing the levy for the working man to pay that, and then increasing the hours and making it 7 days, it's a bit much.
Yeah, he has said that he might address that. It does add up. If you come in every day, there's no doubt about it, it does add up. But the other side of that, Sam, is that tens of thousands of people were dying in this city, in London, on a yearly basis because of the air that they breathe. He couldn't do nothing.
Okay, then. So where he's, like, down the Marylebone Road, heading towards Euston, down the Euston Underpass, there was 2 lanes. He's created a cycle lane. He's created a massive bottleneck.
Yeah, but
and you've got all these vehicles it just didn't make sense. And then
okay, but on the other hand, more people are cycling now in London than at any time that I can remember in my entire life. So that's got to be a good thing. There has to be cars off the road because those people are on bikes now.
No, yes, but not all the time. Not all the time. You can go down the embankment. The super cycle highway, hardly anyone uses it. Even though we were during COVID, during the lockdown, go out and exercise on your bikes. They were dead. They were absolutely dead.
Yeah,
and literally created all that traffic.
All right, I don't drive. Admittedly, I don't drive during the rush hour, but I do drive in the centre of town, and I have noticed that over the past, it's surprising to me, but since the cycle lanes have come in, there's quite a few major routes that are much quieter than they used to be, which is odd because the road has been narrowed for the addition of a cycle lane. But I think it is because more people are, they've just either given up or they've been nudged into using a bike instead of using a belching, polluting car. I mean, that's got to be good for everybody. Of course, there's going to be people who are inconvenienced or who suffer mildly in the short term, but it's for the benefit of all eventually, isn't it?
Well, no, I agree. But then as we're moving into a generation of electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, less polluting vehicles at the moment.
We can't wait. Cannot wait. Tens of thousands of people are dying every year. You can't wait for everybody to voluntarily buy an electric car. You just can't. It has to be done now. We're talking about the London mayoral race. The result hasn't been released yet. Will be shortly, so we're told. Tottenham. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Nick.
Tom.
I think he's going to take a hit because of the systems that he's putting in place to do with cars, and drivers are bound to react against it. So I actually think it's going to be really good if he wins, because I kind of like him. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. People are always going to object to change, regardless of what it is.
And I think there is a problem to do with, it's obviously a necessary move. You know, I was actually listening to the lady before you came on, and, you know, she had a call about, to do with, you know, transition, and it's going to hurt. And this is 1969, it became heavy. They were talking about it in the 50s. You know, that it's obvious there's carbon overload, etc. The whole deal. And the whole ridiculous thing of denying it. It's so obvious. It's just like smoking. Saying, no, it doesn't really... Why would breathing in smoke not hurt you? I mean, it's just obvious, you know?
Yeah.
Why would going into a ward of very ill people who have a highly contagious disease and shaking their hands not hurt you?
Oh,
I mean...
Come on, Tom. What fool would do that?
And why would... the thing is that this was very early days. I've gone completely off track. I'm sorry. But it was very early days. Well, it's on the issues right now. Why would very early days yes, the Italians, they've got a complete disaster that is obviously going to arrive here anyway. There is no way it's not.
Right,
It's,
well,
oh my God.
All right, as you said, Tom, you have gone off track just a little bit. Let's talk to Ian Dale. Ian.
Hello.
Ian.
I'll try and keep on track. I'll try and keep on track, Nick.
What a delight to talk to you. Thank you for abandoning your celebrity dancing on ice or whatever it is your Saturday night pleasure.
Yeah, I've never seen that, but there we go.
So, I'm going to put you forward for that. You'd be great in that. So, what are your thoughts then on this race, which seems a bit closer than everybody expected?
Well, the last two London mayoral elections, I've been in City Hall doing programmes on them, and they always take hours and hours and hours. I remember, I think in 2012, I was co-presenting with Jackie Smith. It got to midnight, and we just decided that we hadn't got anything else to say, so we just larked around for basically the next hour. And I suspect that's what's going to happen tonight. They always say, well, right, we'll do it at 8:30. Well, it's now, 25 past 10, and they still haven't been able to announce a result. But Sadiq Khan is going to win. We all know that. But as you said earlier, Sean Bailey, who I've always thought of as one of the most hapless Tory candidates I've come across, he is going to do a lot better than everyone predicted. So good on him for that.
Well, how though? How has he done that?
Well, I think this is, I think, the national trend in England, isn't it? You look at the rest of the country, and Labour have done pretty disastrously. Yes, they've picked up the mayoralty of Cambridgeshire. They've won the mayor of the west of England. But apart from that, it's been almost one-way traffic. So I think that's probably played into it a little bit. Boris Johnson has clearly got a bit of a Falklands factor on the vaccine rollout. That's probably played into it. But I think the margin of victory that Sadiq Khan is going to have is a lot narrower than he would have liked and expected. And I won't say it's a humiliation, but it will certainly be a disappointment for him.
Yeah, it's almost as though the public have caught Stockholm syndrome, and we've been kept indoors, we've kidnapped almost from our ordinary lives and punished for a year, and now we've fallen in love with our kidnappers.
Well, that's one way of putting it. I think that if you look at the results across the whole of Great Britain, each incumbent government has been rewarded for whatever reason. Everyone expected Labour to do badly in Wales. Mark Drakeford has pulled it out of the bag. They've now, they've got 30 seats, which is up one on before. You've got Nicola Sturgeon also increasing her number of seats, again only by one, but I mean that's a pretty good achievement when you've been in power for 11 years. So incumbency is being rewarded. And in any election, there's a difference between you either say it's time for a change or stick with nurse for fear of worse. And I think it's the latter that has won out in these elections.
And so what's your opinion of Sadiq Khan? How do you think he's done?
Well, as mayor or just in this election?
No, as mayor.
I struggle to think that he's done anything particularly innovative. He spent a lot of money on things which I think many people would question. If you look at the amount he spent on PR communications and press officers, it's quite a lot of money compared to what Boris Johnson was spending. Well, he's made some crass decisions on traffic, and you had a caller there talking about the cycle lanes on the embankment. I fully support that. And there's a lot. You look at what he's done on Park Lane at the moment, which used to be a very free road. They've now reduced it to one lane of traffic. Sure enough, there's congestion virtually all day, and that adds to pollution. So, I mean, it's crazy some of the things that Transport for London has done, and he is head of Transport for London.
Yeah, but at the same time, he has fashioned, I don't know how much he personally has been involved in it, but now we have... There can't be another city in the world that's got a better, more integrated public transport system than we have. I mean, it's just far better than any of our major competitors. Paris or New York or any of these places can't touch London for public transport.
Well, that may be the case, and I think it probably is the case, but Transport for London seem to have a singular aim of trying to ruin it the whole time.
How do you mean?
Well, I just explained on the roads, for example. I don't disagree. If they want to discourage people from coming into London by cars, well, fine. But the way that they've done it has been crass in the extreme. The way that they've forced car drivers to travel longer to get to their destination, and we can all come up with lots of examples of where they've sort of stopped people turning left, so it means you have to go right round a one-way system, which adds half a mile to your journey. That is not environmentally friendly.
Yes, but okay. So any change is going to irritate and irk some people who are used to doing, what they ordinarily do. But surely the aim is a good one, to persuade people to leave their cars at home and use the bus and the tube and so on. How are you going to get people out of their cars without making it inconvenient for them in some way to use their cars?
Well, they're doing that in terms of the congestion charge, which actually is not a congestion charge anymore. It's just an out-and-out tax, and then the EULA zone and all of those things. And I've got no great problem with that. But when you make decisions on individual roads, which no one can understand the logic of because they increase pollution, then people start to lose confidence in the whole organisation.
Right. And is that your position?
That is absolutely my position, and I'm sticking to it no matter what you say.
All right. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot, Ian. Let's talk now to Peter Edwards, former Labour List editor. Hello, Peter.
Good evening.
So, it's not quite the walkover that was expected, is it?
No, it's certainly closer than planned. We could talk about why that is. But, I remember, I think 4 years ago, the result was declared in daylight, and here we're getting on for 11 p.m. and it's still going. And I think we had a sign of that yesterday when there was a slightly higher than expected Tory turnout and Tory votes in the peripheral areas of London for Sean Bailey. So it's certainly looking a bit tighter than last time. And that's often the case when an incumbent candidate is going up for re-election.
So is that the reason then, because we've got used to him?
I think it's more than that. I think Labour has to be honest with itself. I think Sadiq Khan's done a lot right as London Mayor in terms of, for example, obtaining money from central government for housing, on policy, and in terms of values. I think in really speaking for the capital against Donald Trump 2 or 3 years ago and speaking out against Trump's view of life. So I think he's done a lot, but clearly there's a bit of a fade factor after 4 years in power. Labour across England, we've seen over the weekend, is struggling a bit. And I think it's understandable that when you're going up for re-election, it's always going to be a bit more difficult and a bit more of a slog than when you're a new candidate and you're simply a change candidate only.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Ian Dale and a few people before him, one thing that does come up over and over again is people's fury about the cycle lanes and the changes that have been made into the roads, the local, the low traffic neighbourhoods and things like that. It seems to be really uppermost in people's minds. They perhaps want fresher air to breathe, but they don't want to have to pay in any way to get it.
Exactly. It's one of those policies that gets a lot of attention, but I don't think is the number one concern for a lot of Londoners. And, you rightly picked out air quality. Sadiq has not been doing these things because he hates drivers or because he wants to make life tough for taxi drivers. It's because of the stat that chills us all, which is if you're a child growing up in London, your lungs are likely to be 10% smaller than those of a child growing up outside London. And as someone that lives in Tower Hamlets, that's really imprinted on my mind. So I think Sadiq has prioritised air quality, and to me that is the right thing to do. But there's been a backlash, and when I was canvassing on Wednesday and Thursday, it did come up. But my pushback was, yes, life has got a little bit tougher for drivers, but one, our children are growing up now. You can't tell the children to wait 20 or 30 years when their lungs are developing now. And secondly, Sadiq is trying to engineer a generational shift in car usage, and that's a tough decision, but I think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, you mentioned housing. Do you think he's done enough?
There's always more we can do. And anyone who lives in London, I do, and I'm sure you do, knows that London is painfully expensive, whether you're renting or buying. So I think there's more you can do. But he set up this affordable homes unit. and he obtained just under £5 billion from central government to help support affordable homes. Where I live in Tower Hamlets, we're building 2,000 social housing properties. So I think, put it this way, he's done a lot more than Boris Johnson did, but I don't think Sadiq would say that he's done enough. There's always more to do. I would say housing, probably followed by air quality, and then crime are perhaps the top issues for people living in the capital.
Yeah, and crime is a difficult one, isn't it? Because, if kids are going to stab each other, then there's very little that a London mayor can do about that, and yet the statistics are laid at his feet as though they are primarily his fault. What do you think about that?
Well, of course, it's one of those things that, when you're talking violent crime in the capital, that comes back to the mayor because he or she is a police commissioner. And when you're talking violent crime nationally, it comes back to the Home Secretary. I think in reality, politicians have to take responsibility, but it is a bit more complex. Obviously, the police have what's called operational independence. They're guided by the politicians. And I would say there has been a rise in knife crime in London. That is immensely worrying, but the reasons for that are poverty, values, police funding cuts over the last decade. I don't think we can just put that all on the head of one politician.
Yeah, do you think that there's been enough understanding that the powers that are gifted to the Mayor of London aren't that sweeping, and that he is really dependent on the government for both permission in a lot of cases and financial support?
Well, I think that's a very fair point indeed. And the people that view Boris Johnson as a success as mayor, and I'm not one of them, but they say things like he was a figurehead, or he stood up for London, or he brought charisma. And I find that unresourced. They're not citing policy changes delivered by Boris Johnson for that very reason. And of course, you and I know that Boris Johnson gave up the £1 billion central government for TfL subsidy when he was London mayor. And I think that's always a problem, that the central government, which is Conservative at the moment, talks about devolution of powers, but there's a hell of a lot more devolution you could do in London. And you've had a London mayor under both red and blue colours of having central government funding cut for transport, police funding cut, yet the mayor still has to front up both the tube and the problems involving violent crime.
Yeah, and of course, he's also been, over the last year, also really hampered by COVID as far as housing is concerned, and transport, of course, has taken a massive hit in all of its revenue streams. So it's not really been a very easy term for him, has it?
No, absolutely. I mean, there's 2 points there. First of all, we all know, sadly, that COVID spreads more among poor communities because you're more likely to be in overcrowded housing. And then on transport, as you alluded to, Boris Johnson gave up the central government grant. He handed it back to George Osborne for TfL. That meant TfL was more reliant on fares income, and fares income has absolutely fallen off a cliff over the last 15 months. I think it went down by something like 70 or 80%. And of course, what's advertising revenue going to be like when you've only got 20% of the customers you used to have? So I think TfL faces some very, very difficult decisions in the future, but there are many drivers of that, from pandemic to changes in footfall to what's going on with central government. But it's clearly a very tough wicket for the London mayor to be batting on.
Assuming he does get another go at it, it's going to be a shortened 3 years from now. What do you think his top priorities should be?
I think it's the things we've touched upon tonight, actually. I think it's TfL, it's violent crime, it's housing, and it's air quality. And, think about what we've read and talked about over the last 4 to 5 years in terms of capital. I think whatever your view is of the London mayor, those three other voices have really been the ones that have evoked very strong feelings among people living in the capital, and a sense of anger, because everyone has a view on the tube. If you're lucky enough to own a home, you probably have a relative who isn't. Housing costs affect everyone, and air quality, whether you're a pensioner that's been living in London your whole life, or a child growing up in the inner city with your lung size likely to be around 10% smaller. These are issues that affect everyone, and that, as you said, the mayor isn't always empowered to deal with them.
All right, good to talk to you. Thanks for that, Peter. That's Peter Edwards, former Labour List editor. This is LBC. I'm Nick Abbott. We're talking about the race to be the next mayor of London, the result of which should be with us shortly, in inverted commas. We don't know when, but we'll let you know when it comes in. To Wembley. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello there. Hi.
Jeffrey.
Yes, so basically it's just a quick note. I've just heard it a few times said in the previous show and this show, but a few people are commenting on how Sadiq Khan has extended the congestion charge zone area, and plus is holding to the fee, which is there at the moment. But a lot of people don't know. He did a question time with, I think it's James O'Brien, where people got to ask him questions, and one of the things that came up, and he said that basically last year, because TSL needed the money for a bailout, then one of the conditions was that he had to hold to the congestion charge zone and the fee, the cost. So realistically, it's central government who controls like how much it's going to cost for the congestion charge zone where it goes because of that bailout. So they own quite a bit of, I think it was like over 50%, no, 40 or 50% of TfL because of that bailout. So I feel like he's been railroaded and made to feel like it's his fault, whereas he's got no control. It's central government who control that.
Yeah, I wonder how much politicking is actually going on in that the central government is blaming the Labour mayor for his failings while also restricting his ability to do anything about it.
Exactly. And then enter Sean Bailey, who now will come and say, look, I'm going to abolish the congestion charge zone extension and reduce the... Yeah. It's all politics. Yeah. But anyway, that was only my 5p on it.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Jeffrey. John texts, the problem with all the green policies, or any kind of environmentally friendly stuff, is that it doesn't address poor. The poor, maybe. I think the issue the Labour has is, well, maybe that should be edited a bit. You edit it and I'll read it. How does that sound? Talking about the race to be the next mayor of London, the results of which should be with us shortly. Jeff in Wembley texts, Sadiq Khan was way ahead of the government when he said that mask wearing was an important mitigation against COVID. Johnson was very reluctant to do so. This was probably the most important thing that Khan did. Let's have Oxted. Hello, Pat.
Hi.
Pat.
Listening to your listeners tonight are really cementing my view. I feel that there's some extremely good people, both sides of the House in Parliament, and they come up with very good ideas. But what they seem to be lacking is the ability. They don't seem to have the organising skills or the coordinating skills, because it doesn't seem to matter what department you have to deal with. And I've dealt with one or two. I've dealt with mental health, adoption, and other things. And then there's the money that was spent on HS2. They never seem to materialise. They're marvellous ideas, but they need people there who are good at organising, and they haven't got it somehow.
Well, that seems an argument that you don't hear very often, that politicians are essentially good and decent people.
Yes,
they're
I quite agree.
Well, no, I'm summarising your thought.
Yes.
With surprise in my voice, that politicians are good and decent people. It's just that they lack organisational skills.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Right.
It can't seem to attract people who've got those abilities into going in for politics.
Okay, so we need fewer nice people and...
Yes, there's nothing the matter with a lot of them.
Okay, well, as I said,
how one can do it. I mean, it doesn't matter what department you go through, and look at the trouble that's been over this universal credit and what we were going to spend on the high-speed rail. and all this sort of thing. I wouldn't put my... now they're talking about pollution in London and getting electric cars. Well, I wouldn't put my bets on it happening. I think my bets will be better put on Frankie Dettori winning his next race.
Right, well, do remember, Pat, the house always wins. Mark texts, as a cyclist, I would love to see less pollution in London. People are obsessed with ordering things to be delivered the next day. Do they realise the impact that has? Yes. We do seem to have repurposed the population of this country into half of us working at home, answering the phone, as opposed to being in a call centre, and the other half of the country is delivering packages to those people. That seems to be our future. Canning Town. Hello, Josephine.
Hello, good
Josephine,
evening.
how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What would you like to say?
I've only just recently put it on because somebody told me it was being discussed. But anyway, I was watching the football. Anyway, so the thing is, someone rang in and said about it's the House boroughs voting for Sean Bailey. Well, that is actually not true. That may be part of it, but so many of us in London are at this moment in time because we are fed up with the murders on our doorstep. And he's offering to open our police stations, give us more police, give us our youth centres back, which we haven't got. Sadiq Khan hasn't offered any of this.
Well, you are aware that the reason that there are fewer police on the streets is because the Conservative Party...
The Tories, yeah, I know. I understand all of that. But we're talking about the mayor. So the mayor has his own budget to choose what to do with.
Well, yes, but it's a little hard to magic police out of thin air. I mean, it seems to be the case all over the country that the Labour Party is being blamed for things that the Conservative Party have done over the last 10 years.
Well, I don't find either of them do anything right, personally. I don't vote for either of them, but I have voted for Sean Bailey because of what he's offering to Canning Town and in London.
Which is...
to give us, open our police stations, give us more police, and give us our youth centres back.
Right.
At the end of the day, all these murders are teenagers. They either should be at school or in some kind of education or work. They're not. There's lots of questionable things going on here, but at the end of the day, it needs to be stopped. We are fed up with it. And nobody from either side is doing anything about it. He is a youth worker, has been for 20 years or so, he says. I have to believe what he says in this instance. And so, therefore, a lot of us have put our vote behind him. For the first time, but nevertheless, we've done it.
Right.
I don't think he's got him.
Well, even if a listener didn't agree with anything else that you said there, Josephine, I think we can all concur on that last point. I wasn't expecting that. Woolwich, hello, Chris.
Good evening, Nick. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Chris.
Hello?
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Hello? Yes, I would like to thank you very much for taking my call. And I just, what you were saying about the LTNs causing the pollution. I live in Charlton, which is near Woolwich, as you just said. The amount of chaos that those LTNs have caused with the pollution, because you see all the traffic's going down the main road, they can't go down the side road. And one of these new cycle lanes they built between Charlton and Woolwich has been more delays. Everything you said in the last half an hour, I totally agree with, and I've actually seen it happen. The traffic's been getting that bad. Obviously, public transport, they tell you to use public transport, but what they're forgetting is the buses are getting caught in the traffic. They're not making it to their destinations. They're trying to get us out of our cars to use the public transport. They want to do that. They need to cut down the pollution, cut down the traffic, but giving the second lane back to Woolwich and Charlton, and that way that'll get people out of their cars and onto public transport. Then they will know that the buses will get to their destination, which is what they're trying to encourage people to do. And also, if I may mention, you also talked about the local election. I actually didn't vote for the two main parties because what they were saying was none of them were getting rid of the LTNs, committed to police and the crime. But as you quite rightly said, you can't blame all the crime on Labour because we're actually in the middle of a Conservative government. So you can't, as you said, you can't actually blame Sadiq Khan for that because he's only working with what money he's given. So it's as you say, it's a two-edged sword.
if the crime seems to go in waves, doesn't it? And the waves may last a year, and sometimes they last more than that. And I'm not sure it can be put at the blame can be put at the feet of the mayor. I mean, he has some level of control, but not operational control. And if kids are determined to stab each other, then there's very little that a mayor can do. I mean, what could he actually do other than magic police numbers out of the air that have been cut by the Conservative government, who would then blame him for not being able to produce enough police? It's just another way in which the Conservatives seem to be gaslighting the nation, persuading us that up is down, very successfully. Pauline texts, from memory, Tory funding in 2020 was provided with the provision of cuts to free passes of the elderly and the young and increases in congestion costs. Yeah, there is an element of suspicion that the Conservative Party, and it's not just in London, that if they're in power nationally, they will reduce the amount of money that goes to Labour-run boroughs and towns, and then blame that borough for not providing the kind of services that would have been bought with the money that the Conservatives are withholding from them, which is a neat trick, I suppose, and would be perhaps even amusing if it weren't so serious and affect so many people in such a direct way. The results are apparently they're just about to come in, so the excitement mounts. We are on the edge of our seat. Khan has brought traffic to a standstill and made the journeys longer with his crazy road alterations, says this tweet, because he cares for the environment. I think there's some sarcasm in there. And it's not entirely his crazy, if you like, road alterations. I'm sure some local councils have been responsible for those low traffic neighbourhoods, which were put in, I think, under cover of the first COVID lock-in. I did notice as I was coming in for a few months there last spring, it seemed as though I was the only one on the roads in London, particularly in the centre. And I noticed suddenly all of these planters appearing and all these signs that were saying, well, you can't drive down the route that you were ordinarily used to using. And it was because people weren't on the roads that they had taken the advantage of the lock-in to put these things in place. I think partly they didn't succeed because perhaps people were over-eager to get too much done at the same time. It's not necessarily, I feel, a fault of the idea itself, which seems like a decent idea. I mean, if you live in a road that is a rat run, it's a small residential street that is being used by cars constantly all day long to drive down and go somewhere else. I mean, that's not too pleasant. So I'm sure that a lot of people were, their lives were improved by it, but I think that maybe it was all done too quickly because they were taking advantage of the fact that people were locked in. And I think also there was perhaps a problem with planning. So not necessarily the idea itself was wrong, but the planning it would require perhaps a tweak or two. Oh, look, Sadiq Khan has just been announced as winner of London, the London mayoral election. The results they're not that dramatically different from last year. Not really. The first round was, because it's two rounds, just very, very briefly again, it's a supplementary vote system. You make your first and your second choice when you vote. If no candidate gets more than 50% of their first choice votes, as was the case here and last time around, then all except the two top candidates are eliminated, and those two top candidates then are decided by the second choice with certain rules and regulations which are too boring to go into here. But the result is that Sadiq Khan has won. Now, first time around, last time, it was Sadiq Khan had 44% on the first vote. It was down to 40% this time around. And Zach Goldsmith was his Conservative competitor last time around, and he was on 35, which is exactly what Sean Bailey got. I think Sean Berry, the Green candidate, is the one that picked up the votes that were floating around between Bailey and Khan as compared to last time, because the Greens did significantly better this time than last time. 5.8 last time around, 7.8 this time. So there's a story there that I suppose it's not too surprising with everything that's been going on, the Pink Boat people, Greta Thunberg, and all of that have been taking up a lot of our news bulletins over the past few years. So the Greens have received a boost there. 7.8 is no small number. The second round runoff was 55% for Sadiq Khan, which is about what he got last time, and 45% for the Conservative candidate, Sean Bailey. Zach Goldsmith got about that last time. So, I mean, people are talking about it as though it's a really big change and a swing to the Conservatives this time around, but not really. Not significantly. Khan got 55 this time, 56.8 last time. The Conservative candidate got 45 this time, 43.2 last time. So it's a bit, but not much. Poplar, hello, Javid.
Hello, yes, it's the worst news I've heard this decade, Nick.
Is it?
Yes, to have this human rights lawyer, one grade behind the ambulance chasers, back in power, to destroy the entire road network of London, and also at the same time penalising Londoners. You see, what he's doing, he is pandering to the middle classes. This is what Labour have forgotten. They have forgotten where their core vote is. It is not London middle class people, moving into areas such as, they can't quite afford Islington, so they're all migrated to Hackney. And caused chaos there with their cycle lanes and everything else that they've, forced through under the pretext of a pandemic. They have cynically used the deaths of 126,000 people to push through all these measures. I mean, Ian Dale, fantastic contribution from Ian. What he's done to Park Lane, what he's done to Marylebone Road. The traffic cannot move, Nick. It cannot move. If it cannot move, then, the way the internal combustion engine works, it is not running efficiently. Therefore, there's going to be more pollution. This is all engineered congestion so that they can justify their congestion tax. Now, coming to their finances, Nick, okay, they have squandered so much money, it is unbelievable. Every time we have a Labour administration, that is what they do.
Javid,
let's spend more money.
I'm sitting. Okay, I've given you a little while there, but I have to interrupt you there.
Yes, carry on.
You have got to be kidding me. The Labour Party have squandered money. Are you joking?
Well, the Conservatives, Nick, they had to spend money. They had to spend money in the pandemic. Otherwise, we would all have been dead.
Javid,
not necessarily.
They had to spend money before the pandemic to buy PPE that would have been bought at the regular price, not quadruple or 10 times the price, and they didn't have to give billions of pounds, unaccounted funds, to friends and donors and neighbours.
Oh, I agree with you on that. On that point, there should be a public inquiry. Absolutely, they should. And why should I pay more tax so they can look after their friends, who don't donate to them? All this fiasco with him decorating his flat and what have you. But essentially, Labour have forgotten their working class vote. This is why they're in trouble up north. They got in trouble in Scotland. It's now drifted further south to the north of England.
Okay, but on that point, if Labour have forgotten the working class vote, then how come the working class have voted for the party that is funded by billionaires?
Well, they have voted for them because Labour...
You can't possibly think that the Conservative Party is more interested in the working man than the Labour Party. That's ridiculous.
Well, people who have lived in up north in Labour areas, I mean, one of the replies they give when they're questioned, they said nothing ever gets done.
So their answer to that is to vote for the party that has been in power for the last 11 years. See, this is where the disconnect comes with me. I just don't get it. I am dissatisfied with my lot, they say. Things aren't going well for me. So my solution is to vote for the party that has been in power for 11 years. That's just ridiculous. And I don't really see, Javid, what your point is about the Mayor of London prioritising the interests of the middle classes. Surely a bicycle is considerably cheaper and more easily affordable by the working class than a car. Talking about the news that Sadiq Khan has just won another term to be the mayor of the greatest city in the world. Are you happy with another 3 years of Sadiq Khan? And who do you think the race, why rather, do you think the race has been closer than expected this time around? Let's have a call in Woodstock. Hello, Nicolay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. First thing I would like to say is that, this kind of result was expected. Sadiq Khan is an incumbent. But I must say that the rise of knife crime in London was definitely something that set him back and gave a bit of a platform to Sean Bailey. And I must admit, I actually covered the election. I'm a contributor to a site called The Steeple Times. Mm-hmm. And I covered the nutters, as I like to say, of this election: Lawrence Fox, Brian Rose, and I also covered some of the people that were just competing in this election to attract young people, such as Max Fosh and Nicole Milana.
Yeah.
And what I find most surprising about this election is that Lawrence Fox, the guy who received a £5 million backing from Jeremy Hosking, managed to lose to a YouTuber. That is legitimately surprising. It just really shows that common sense can defeat plain stupidity. It's really amazing.
Well, it may be one of the few examples that is the case that we've seen over the last few years. If that is indeed a justifiable description of Lawrence Fox. He does seem to have gone out of his way to upset as many people as possible.
I think we should have seen that. He was already a nutter when he went out and participated in those anti-lockdown protests.
Well, there's a lot of people who have a decent point about the anti-lockdown that we've been suffering. We've had one of the most strict lockdowns in the world, and yet we've also somehow managed to fashion one of the worst death rates and worst economic hits of any major country on earth. So people have some justification in complaining, because there's for the longest time over the last year or so, there doesn't seem to have been anybody really in charge of the ship.
Yeah, but I think that this whole pandemic, in this whole election, has demonstrated the desperation to which people will go, because we have to face the fact that all those candidates who were against lockdown, Lawrence Fox, Brian Rose, he still managed to gain a fairly decent amount of support. Like Lawrence Fox, he received 47,000 first preference votes. Brian Rose, he received 31,000. This shows that they're obviously, people support their ideas. They support the ideas that were voiced in their manifestos. I just find that incredible.
But Nicolay, you know as well as I do, people don't read the manifesto. They go on personality. Do I like this person? I mean, the amount of times that people have said the reason that the Labour Party did particularly badly was because Keir Starmer is something of a personality vacuum, as though that's the most important thing in politics these days.
Yes, I managed to actually interview Max Fosh, because. And this guy, I must say, he is pretty ambitious. He didn't care about winning. He just wanted to get more young people to vote. And he just, stuck it up to Fox and his antics. I honestly found that incredible. I think this election in some way is truly unique because it has given a platform to these kind of people who want to make some change, not necessarily in London, but raise awareness about some issue. Camden Face raising awareness about homelessness, and then Nicole Milana donating money to anti-crime organizations. It's very good. I think it's just this whole election seems to be very unique.
Yeah, well, you can say that again. We're living in unique times. Thanks for that, Nicolay. By the way, it went in order. Khan, Bailey, Berry, Porritt, Omilana, and Fox was 6th on the list. 1.9% of the votes cast were cast for Lawrence Fox. I think my favourite tweet, maybe of the last year, was in response to him saying, I can't remember precisely why he felt the need to tweet this, but it was in response to a doctor who was, who was illuminating their plight, and he said, get back to work. I pay your wages, Sonny. And it's a bit rich for you to be whining when when doctors like you need a round of applause to finish their work. And somebody tweeted back, Lawrence Fox has obviously forgotten that he used to be an actor, a trade that literally needs a round of applause when they finish their work. Twitter, eh? Marvellous. Here's calling Harrow. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Nick.
Dave.
I didn't think it was going to be a close run thing. I'm glad that he's made it, but I do think Sean Bailey, he was given a rotten plate. I mean, to be honest, poor guy. I mean, anybody who's asked to, tell people that, just put the poison on the shelf and forget about it, and just keep taking a thing is going to kill you. That's his policy basically. It didn't quite win the day. We really need you. His policy was basically, you're going to pay. We're not going to make you pay the ULEZ, but we're still going to obviously just going to expect you to sit there, choking in fumes all day, going nowhere in any case. But unfortunately, just about enough people managed to realise that wasn't quite what they wanted.
Well, the manifesto itself was a bit thin. I mean, I suppose all manifestos are, otherwise people won't read them. But I think it was safer streets. I mean, who doesn't want that? A transport network fit for a global city. Well, I do believe that we have one of those already. I think that we've probably got the best public transport network of any city in the world. And 100,000 homes to be sold for 100,000 each.
I mean, these people, like the previous caller who get on, it's a bit like somebody's put up a block, like a flood defence, so you can't go there because it's flooded, and these people keep on coming up like some sort of computer emoji, banging their heads against the wall and saying we can't do it, and it's like the only thing I can rationalise. I cannot believe people are this, insane. The only thing I can imagine is their fronts for Nigel Farage's UK Reform Party, which is actively promoting getting rid of the title, has been. So if you haven't seen much of Nigel, it's probably because all his clones are doing his work for him.
It does seem to me that the Conservative Party has taken on the mantle of UKIP and Uncle Knives. Yeah. They've seen that that's the way to go. That's the way to get a certain demographic. And regardless of the fact that the Tory party are funded by a small handful of billionaires, they seem to have persuaded the poor that voting Conservative is in their interest, that the Conservative Party have the interests of the poor at heart. How can that be true if they're funded by billionaires? Billionaires and the poor do not normally have goals that coincide.
No, exactly. I mean, I really wonder what people are on, and that, because how people have been persuaded. Not everybody. I think the penny is slowly dropping.
I don't think so. No, I think it's going to take a lot longer than we've had for the penny to drop. I'm not sure that it ever will. But I suspect that if people eventually realise that perhaps they have been had, they will dig their heels in ever harder to avoid a loss of face. So if you're expecting a large number of people to wake up from being hypnotised, then I think you've got a long wait to come, Dave. But thanks for that. Well, we're talking about the result of the London mayoral election. I'd also like to talk about some other things as well, because the prospect of holidays was raised the other day, and a list was given of where we might be able to go. It was rather... they put the kibosh on it just ever so slightly by the realisation that some of the places that we were permitted to go to didn't want us to go there. I'll talk about that with you shortly, but let's take some of these calls about the mayor. Southwark, hello, Ali.
Hi there. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I understand why some people may not like what Sadiq Khan has done while he was mayor, with what we've been doing with like the flower pot situation and increasing congestion and the ULEZ zones and all that. I understand that. I agree with some aspects of what other views that called you in stating that. But as you stated, how could he do any changes when the current party in charge of the country is the opposition?
Well, he is. His hands are tied somewhat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand why people are thinking that way. When, if you look at the other sides of England where they've lost seats, so Hartlepool, as you just mentioned earlier, which has been mainly Labour and over 50 years now, and now all of a sudden it's now becoming Conservative. It just shows you how people have just really had enough of Labour because they don't understand what Labour wants. Because now, even with Keir Starmer coming in, I don't even know what's his policy. Yes, I know the pandemic and the lockdown has made us people not think about politics at the moment, and I'm not a huge political understanding of things that way. But to me, what I think as a common Londoner who I voted for Sadiq Khan, because I don't want anyone else doing what they want to change London into a rich-only society where the rich can live in fine dining situation, and while the poor are struggling and finding it hard. Well, Sadiq Khan is trying to, with what he has, to solve the problem and make it reasonable, effective for everyone to live in.
Yeah, I keep hearing this, that, Keir Starmer, he didn't punch through and people don't know what Labour stands for, but people surely know what the Conservative Party stands for, and they don't stand for the plight of the poor. As much as they talk about levelling up, they're not going to be able to do it because we don't have the money, the areas that are deprived are too large, and I don't believe that they have any intention of doing it in the first place. It's another of these I'm gunners. But people say that they don't know what the Labour Party stands for. If they delivered a manifesto to every home in the land, nobody would read it. Nobody reads the manifestos. You just have a sense of you just have a sense of what their priorities are. And if people believe that the Conservative Party, funded by billionaires, have at the top of their priority list the plight of the poor, then I have nothing to say to them. Then I wish them all the best.
I agree with you, and that's why I think that when you just said, when a couple of weeks ago, when Dyson contacted Boris Johnson about helping out with the PPEs and all the ventilators, that was so obvious, because how can you not stop a guy who has connections to the rich and the privileged, who's the leader of the country, to not be connected to them? You can't stop it, because he gave them like ages before he even became the Prime Minister.
Well, so I'm sure that he was a chief Brexiter has nothing to do with it. What seems odd is that the government ignored calls from companies that actually made medical grade ventilators. They couldn't get a look in. The government just ignored repeated requests from these companies to help out, companies that actually made medical grade ventilators for a living. And the government ignored those and went straight to a man who makes vacuum cleaners. Munesh Hounslow, hello.
Hello, mate. Yeah, I'd just like to discuss, he's won this election again, but he needs to be fearful of what he wants to do. I feel that he can't just carry on blaming central government for controlling what he can and what he can't do. He agreed to it. He took it on board. I'll give you various examples of, for example, the congestion charge and the expansion of the zone. That's one. I'll go more into that.
Are you saying that that's a bad thing?
Well, it is, because if you're talking about rich and poor, let's look at this. Let's investigate this. When the original congestion zone was set up, it was around the central square mile around central London, which still purported that it's easy to get to and fro from public transport.
Right.
Now, having said that, the rich people can still drive in because they can pay for it, and poor people are expected to just take the tube or bus or whatever. But when you extend it, you're talking to places like Neasden and Harlesden and areas which are just around the North Circular.
But they are on the tube. Neasden's got a tube station. They also have buses going to and fro.
Well, have you ever been to an industrial estate there where people work? It's about 15-20 minute walk to get to one of these places. And can you imagine that if you've got to drop your kid off at a school and then get there and then get another bus and get to work? It's just practically impossible for most poor people.
You mean slightly inconvenient, not practically impossible. People used to go to school without having their parents drive them there and back.
What about nursery students when they're young, or 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds? You don't expect them to go by themselves, do you?
What? They don't have to go by themselves.
Well, even if you go back to my original point of the actual existing zone, I even think that's wrong. Because if I have to travel from, say, West London to East London, and my usual route would have been through central London, which by car would have taken me an hour and 15 minutes, 1 hour and 20, now I've got to drive around the North Circular. So I'm actually creating more pollution because I'm spending 2 hours.
Yes, but you don't have to do anything of the sort. You could leave your car at home and take public transport, which is the whole idea.
But if I'm doing a job or any activity where I cannot physically do that without a vehicle, I'm forced to do that. So actually, this doesn't make sense.
Well,
you are only assuming.
In the short term, perhaps, if people like you refuse to be budged from their old way of doing things and are determined to use their car when they could actually use public transport, then, yeah, of course your journey will take longer. But imagine how it's going to be perhaps in 10 or 20 years' time when people will have got the message. Those that don't have to use a car won't be using it because it will be easier and cheaper to use public transport and more pleasant rather than just sitting in traffic all day long. So there will therefore be fewer cars on the road, and those that need to use them will have a quicker journey. But at the moment of change, there's always going to be people who are inconvenienced. But does that mean that we should never change?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. Improvement doesn't necessarily have to work in the way where it's negative improvement. There has to be surely better ways. I mean, to further advance this, if you look at an example, are you saying that if someone lives on the border of the new congestion zone, which is on the outskirts of the North Circular Road, so imagine your barber's on the other side. Are you telling me that if you've got to quickly go into your barber and get on your activities, you're going to pay a congestion charge?
No, if it's just on the other side, walk there.
Well,
I've heard so many calls of people whining about the congestion charge and the bike lanes, and oh my God, he's trying to help us have a longer, more vigorous and healthy life. Are you happy with 50,000 people dying an early death every year from road pollution? Should nothing be done about that because some people might take 10 or 20 or 30 minutes longer on their trip, or they'll sit in traffic for a little bit? I mean, what's he to do? All change will upset some people, bound to, regardless of what it is. God, if we had abandoned all change because it might upset or inconvenience people, then we'd have never gone through the Industrial Revolution. We wouldn't be walking around with a computer in our pockets. It's just, people just seem desperately to cling on to some imagined idyllic past, even if it's last week. people wax lyrical about how marvellous it used to be. London traffic was abysmal. Always has been. So he's trying to do something about it. And he just gets complaints and complaint and complaint and complaint. I mean, the amount of grief that the Mayor of London gets, whoever it might be, it makes you wonder why anybody would want to do that job in the first place. Maybe it's the beautiful building on the Thames that he gets to work in. Of course, he's switching from that hideous monstrosity, and he's getting complaints about that as well. Until 12, anyway, we're going to be talking about the London mayoral race, which has been won by Sadiq Khan. He gets another term, which is going to be foreshortened. It's been 3 years from now because the election was postponed from last year. Anna in Blackburn texts, what were you Londoners thinking of? You had a chance to make a great change with Sean Bailey. He has a far better CV than Khan. Does he? A CV for doing what? Khan has only caused problems, says Anne in Blackburn. Maybe not to her in Blackburn, but she is speaking on behalf of Londoners who may have that opinion. I don't think that's actually true. I think that if you read the right-wing billionaire-owned offshore press, then you would come to that conclusion, but then they are pummeling Labour on a daily basis. I don't think that Khan has caused nothing but problems. This text says, rich people can afford electric and hybrid cars, but poor people can't. Some people need their cars for work, but can't afford electric vehicles. Yep, that's right, but it's trying to nudge people away from using cars. I mean, we've got the stated aim of stopping selling them, certainly, and using them entirely by, well, who knows whether that aim will come to fruition, but the idea is to move away from the internal combustion engine. I mean, that's surely a good idea, and people will not delightedly leave their old cars and go out and buy a new one. Who can afford to do that? Quite right. But you get nudged towards it. I don't know how else he could have done it. I mean, come up with an alternative plan other than not doing anything. That's the alternative, isn't it? People would rather just not do anything and hope that the problem goes away. But it won't. It'll just get worse and worse and worse. And those that say, well, this road and that road is now congested, but can you not remember how London used to be? It's been congested since the 1960s. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick. You brought me one little ray of sunshine and consolation in this whole very dark grey weekend as I look on, and it's depressingly similar to when I left England because of a second term of Thatcher, and I thought these people will never learn about it. And that's at least the supercilious, foppish, posh boy got his ass kicked. I hate Fox so much now, I can't even watch Lewis anymore. It's like that, I just can't even watch him on the television. He is such a repugnant human being. But other than that...
Well, a full 1.9% of the voters agreed with him and his policies. So that's not nothing, but it is it's adjacent to nothing.
Yes, yeah, that's it. That's the only ray of sunshine that I could take from all of this. And like I said, I left when Thatcher had just won her second term, basically on the grounds that we'd beaten the Argies, and I'm like, that's it, I'm done. There's nothing holding me here anymore. These people are morons. And it feels just like that all over again.
Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah.
Yeah. We just, the voters of England just wants to be bashed around their head by the rich and the posh because it's their place in life.
I think
the cap.
I think that the people of this,
bit more abuse.
Yes, the people of this country seem to be addicted to knowing their place, to perpetually genuflecting in front of those who have it instilled in them that they are born to rule. It's extraordinary how how still we act as though we're in one of those TV dramas where women wear bonnets and everyone's got a horseshoe-shaped gravel driveway. Let's have who's been waiting the longest? Bexhill. Hello, Stephen.
Hello. Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I think that Sadiq Khan is going to pay Boris Johnson the biggest compliment by doing exactly what Boris did, which is basically sit to the 2 terms and then turn around and say that he wants to go on to better things.
Right. I don't recall much of what Boris Johnson did other than further the cause of Boris Johnson, because it seemed as though, I don't know whether it was coincidental or not, but it seemed as though everything that he promoted began with the letter B, so that he could append his name to it. It was Boris Bus and Boris Bridge and
but that works in politics, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly works for him.
Well, he's done very well, and I think Sadiq Khan will copy him, because if you remember correctly, Boris stood for the 2 terms and then turned around in the 3rd term and said he didn't want to do it. I think Sadiq Khan's going to do the same thing. I think the most interesting statistic to look at is the 50th percentile of wealth, which is basically a mandate for white van man.
So what statistic is that you're saying?
The 50th percentile of wealth. It was actually dealt with on the Kaiser report.
Yeah.
But basically, you look at a country and you go through all the wealth of all of the individuals in that, and you get to the one that's in the middle, the 50th percentile.
Yeah.
And you look at that and you try and compare that, because that's to do with the distribution of wealth. And I think that that's the big issue. And I think that Boris Johnson will be good at helping to distribute wealth more evenly across society.
Oh, you've got to be kidding! You really think so? Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm not being sarcastic.
Right.
I think that
so you actually buy that whole levelling up thing?
Margaret Thatcher was very good for that, for the distribution of wealth. If you look at the sale of council houses, that was a key thing to do, to redistribute wealth across the income levels.
Well, I'm not sure that actually worked out that way. I think that the rich got ever more stratospherically rich, and the poor got ever more ever more sucked into a lifetime of poverty. I think you're speaking on behalf of those that did well. There was a significant number of people who did not do well under Margaret Thatcher, and that's why, to this day, people still pronounce her name Margaret Thatcher. It's difficult for some of us to say it any other way. But thanks for that, Stephen. And I do wish... It's interesting that the Tories did particularly well in areas of great deprivation. It's almost as though the entire country has been flipped on its head. The Tories are now the party that is the favourite of those who are the most deprived, and those places, university towns, are now the preserve of the Labour Party, which used to be the one that you would think would be acting in the interests of the deprived. I mean, they probably would do more than the Conservative Party, but try to persuade people there that that's the case. And at the moment, you can't. I mean, maybe in 4 or 5 years, either the Conservative Party will have achieved their promises, which seems vanishingly unlikely, or the penny may have dropped. I'm not convinced that the latter will ever happen, because there'd be too much loss of face. It would be to admit that you've been had. So maybe we're stuck with this new normal. Mike in Hillside says, I have not driven into the congestion zone in the last 15 years, but why have roads if you can't drive down them? You can drive down them, Mike. Of course you can. I drove down some to get here. You can drive down them, but when the pink boat people took over Oxford Circus, I've mentioned this many times on the air, but the centre of London was so nice. I mean, Oxford Street itself is a horrible road. There's no getting around it. It's bizarre that it's the most famous shopping street in the country. People from other countries come here to walk down Oxford Street and go shopping. They must be either deluded or poorly misinformed. We're talking about the London mayoral race, which has been won by Sadiq Khan. He gets another 3 years. Would ordinarily be longer than that, but there was, a delay last year because of the you-know-what. When we talk about other things as well, we can talk about the results generally, and maybe the prospect of holidays. God, what a marvellous prospect that is. Leaving this mess, go somewhere else. Anywhere else would be good. Joe Tex, I'd like to speak up for all the tradesmen in London. We can't function without our van load of tools. It costs everyone more since the congestion charge increased. We cannot get the tube or train. No, that's right. It's 15 quid a day, isn't it? It's 15 quid for cars. I don't know what it is for vans. Is it more or less the same? What tradesman can't afford 15 quid a day? I mean, what tradesman have you employed to work on your home that you didn't think could afford 15 quid a day? Gary in London says, transport in London is probably the best in the UK. Cars are not needed in London. They're a luxury. For most people, yes. I mean, for most people, regardless of the bike lanes and all of the rest of it, most people who came into London, before all of this happened, before the local transport, what do they call it? LTN, Local Transport Network, whatever it is. You know, the planters in the road that stops you driving down, rat runs. Before all that, I never used to drive. It didn't even occur to me to drive my car into London, because where are you going to park, apart from anything else? Most people don't need to drive a car in London. It's a luxury for most people. Maybe some people, they need it for their jobs, or they're going to some specific area that is poorly served by public transport. But we have, I think, probably the best public transport system in the world in London. So use it. I mean, there's nobody on it at the moment. They're desperate for you to buy a ticket. Believe me. Jack tweets, it's quite simple. A lot of people don't understand how their own government works at a national, devolved and local level. They really don't. Yeah, but yes, and they're not interested either. They're not bothered. They don't read the manifesto. It's just, it used to be the branch of show business that people with personality but who didn't quite, look good on camera used to go into. Show business for ugly people. But that used to be, said something as a joke. But now we really are in a place where it is about show business. It's all about, it's not about the content. It's about the way it's delivered. We've got a clown in charge, and people appear to absolutely love it, regardless of what he does, how catastrophic his leadership is. They love him ever more. It's just such a bizarre place to be at the moment, this country. Ealing, hello, Mark.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
So here's the thing. Okay, I vote Green, always do, but I'm so pleased that Sadiq Khan is in here because he's recognised that his legacy for clean air is morally the right thing to do. This is a capital where 10,000 people died prematurely because of bad air, and if that was a country, we'd invade it on human rights grounds because it'd be considered a genocide. We have to do something, and it's not asking much. It's basically getting out of our cars and walking and cycling if we can. And I live in Ealing, and I've been absolutely mind-blown by just how small, narrow-minded people have been here, how reactionary politicians locally have been to try and appeal to this angry little minority that want to have the status quo, and that's not changing. If you're worried about change, you should worry about climate change, because you need to do something for the rest of the planet, for the next generation.
Yeah.
Next generation will ask us, what do? We just kind of fought for our rights to travel in one single line to the cheese shop and Waitrose and save 2 minutes by rat running down someone else's residential roads. And it's not good enough. So this is a good day. This is a good result. As I say, prefer Green, but seeing as Khan's here, we should celebrate that he's doing something for everyone.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I think
good,
that
thanks, Nick.
the people that whine about this, they would complain about anything. Nobody likes change, even if it's change that will benefit them in the medium term. even if it benefits them right now, they will still chafe against a change in their circumstances. People, it's just it's human instinct. It's a protection mechanism. Anything that's changed in your surroundings, you immediately distrust because you are concerned that it might be a threat to you. But we know that it's not going to be a threat to us now. I mean, logically, we know that changing the way that the traffic is run is not going to kill you. In fact, the reverse is true, but people still, their instinctual reaction to anything that's different is to distrust and dislike it, and to complain about it used to be better the old way, but in the old, when the old way was around, they were complaining about that too.
Exactly. And the thing is, I drive, I have a car, I just decide to use it now responsibly, and that's a lot less than I should do, and not for non-essential journeys. And what I would ask people is, if they're in a car, they should do two things. They should look around and should find out whether it's just them in that car, and if there's a briefcase in the passenger seat and they're stuck in traffic, they have to recognize that they are the traffic. They are the problem. And while they're there, they might have a look at how many people coming in the opposite direction are people driving on their own as well. And everyone needs, if they can, to get out and walk and get exercise and get the bus. And it's as simple as that. And once you get that mindset about your driving being difficult for other people and actually shortening other people's lives, then you might actually do something about it. In the old days, they used to have a saying, and it was like, think before you drink, before you drive. I think they should just say, think before you drive. You're driving a 2-ton truck that can kill kids. You know, you're driving something that is polluting other people's airspace. And I just think it's that kind of moral responsibility about driving, instead of celebrating it with all adverts and everyone saying, oh, I need to get here really quickly, that you just grow up and just do something for everybody else. I'm absolutely appalled, as I say, about the local reaction here in Eelington. It's just simple. Just think of other people.
There is an element of selfishness in it. I don't want to change. And I feel that this change is being imposed upon me, therefore I don't like it, regardless of what the positive consequences might be. I mean, cleaner air. Who would vote against that? And yet people are digging their heels in and insisting that we continue to pollute the environment in which we have to live. It's madness. But you can't persuade people that any change might be to their benefit, because people instinctively dislike change. So I think it's quite brave, I suppose, for Sadiq Khan to stick to his guns on this one. In fact, I think he's going to increase people's discomfort by enlarging the zone in which the charge applies. But I think he also mentioned that he might stop the congestion charge in the evenings and at the weekends. I think that was a suggestion. Whether that actually happens or not, well, we'll find out, I suppose. You know, but the circumstances have changed in that the economy is in desperate need of people when things open up again, assuming that they do. We will be in desperate need of people to come in and eat in restaurants and go to the theatre and the cinema and etc. and so on. So with that in mind, perhaps he's going to encourage people to drive in the evening when there's less traffic on the roads anyway. Let's have a call in Mill Hill. Hello, Eileen.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great,
All
mate.
right, I
yes.
know. Full go, I know. Anyway, I was ringing to congratulate the success of Sean Bailey.
Oh,
I
yes.
think he's done exceptionally well to get where he has, the number of votes. He's a very good young man, had some jolly good ideas. He battled to get where he is with the number of votes that he was given up, it seems, earlier on, and he's done very, very well with the support of his mother and his family. He's had a hell of a job to get where he has, all on his own.
Yeah.
And I add nothing from the hierarchy in the Conservative Party.
It's weird, isn't it?
And I hope, yeah. And also, I think he will, I hope, get on to further success, because if the Tories have any idea, they should certainly promote him and put him in a very high position, whatever position it would be, and I think he'll have a great deal of success.
Yeah,
I greatly admire him.
It's weird that his own party seemed to be completely disinterested in him. What policies did you find most attractive then?
All of them.
Well,
I think he's
come on.
particularly.
Give us a couple.
Well, he wasn't going to hit the ordinary person with higher charges and all the rest of it like Sadiq Khan is going to do. And I would imagine that some of the taxes that Sadiq Khan is going to levy on now are going to hit everybody as regards businesses, because I think, as you said earlier, what business can't pay £15 a day to go into London? Many small businesses can't afford that each day. And also, of course, it means they have to put their costs up to the ordinary person or whatever delivery or whatever service they're providing. They're going to put that on the bill anyway. So that puts the cost up to any individual shop or anything else. That's what Sadiq Khan is doing. And he's going to ruin businesses. He's going to ruin everything. And may I say that outside my house, I have a main road, Green Lanes, Winchmore Hill. And unfortunately, since the cycle lanes come in, which have hardly any bikes going along there at all, the bus has to stop next door to my house, and it blocks the road, and traffic builds up, hooting and tooting, and expelling vast amounts of course from their exhaust because they're static.
Right.
And they're all
But how was it? How was it 5 or 10 years ago? Was all traffic running smoothly and there were? Oh, please, come on, Eileen.
Yes. Green Lanes, Winchmore Hill. It went smoothly through. We didn't have cycle lanes. Narrowing down Green Lanes at Winchmore Hill.
Right. Okay.
And now we've
all right.
got cycle lanes both sides, and it's narrowed the road so much that we've got traffic piling up there, hooting and tooting, as I say, expelling vast amounts of CO2 out of their exhaust.
Right. So if people had just, all right. But if people had just got the message and left their cars at home and were sitting on those buses, then there would be a problem. Here, Eileen, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Tom Harwood tweets, just Labour, Conservatives and the Greens keep their £10,000 deposits, the rest lose theirs. Yeah, that is something of a story, that the Greenies got 7.8% of the vote. That's not nothing. 7.8% in London for Sean Berry. That's pretty good going. And nobody else came anywhere close. Maybe we've turned a corner. Maybe the Greens are actually going to burst out of their sort of 3-4% cage that they've been in for as long as I can remember. Let's have a call in Bethnal Green. Mohammed.
Hi there, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I was just calling up regarding one of your not the following call, but the one before regarding, I think it was from Ealing he was calling from, and regarding how we should be celebrating Sadiq Khan's victory. I think what we're not talking about is the fact that there's a drop in popularity for him, drop in turnout, and the fact that
a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a little bit, and it's just he has to also understand there's a bit of resentment to what has been happening, including the £15 charge. And following on to your previous caller who's accusing him or blaming him for the £15 charge, I think they're failing to realise that it was the Tory government's action that put that £15 24-hour roll around, well, not 24 hour, 10 to 10 of the congestion charge. I think there's a lot of things that are happening in between that people aren't seeing, that are being controlled by central government, but also with these local LTNs that have been pushed through, there hasn't been much consideration to people that live around there, just purely for the basis of, good is good, but not recognising the things, how it affects or the impacts on everyone else, especially around Bethnal Green.
Right. My concern about that is because it was not a great success in all areas. I mean, in some areas it has been good, but not in all areas, as we've heard, loudly for quite a while now. The idea itself is going to be thought of as bad. As trying to persuade people out of cars and onto bikes and to walk is going to be tainted with negativity because of some of them some of the plans haven't been thought through very well. But I think the idea is good. It's just that maybe it needs to be the plan itself needs to be rethought.
100%. So I think one of the Ealing guys said that he drives as well. But I'm an avid cycler. That's how I get around London, because it's just, I feel it's a stupid idea to take a car through London because you was just stuck in traffic forever. So take a bike. It's easier. But it works out to be like for most people about 8 to 3 months of the year that it's possible for them to do that. After that, it starts raining, it's cold. It's not feasible for everybody. So the choice of other forms of transport needs to be there, but we can't just be closing down roads thinking that it will stop all traffic with through roads cutting it off. Well, it just pushes the problem down the road, especially to people that don't have the ability to move from these places. They don't have that affordability of, okay, I'm going to just move from this street now because it's too busy and move somewhere else. These people are like, I would say, at the lowest peak of economic possibilities for them to move around, but yet we're forcing all the pollution, all the traffic down their roads, and we're just happy because it's not in my neighbourhood and it's over there. So there's a lot of that that's happening, and I just think that impact and how it's been done, you're right, hasn't been thought through well. It needs to be done. I agree with that. I think there has to be a better way of doing it. But how it's been done is just a joke. Under the whole COVID, just pushing it through, closing down as many roads as you can, and then calling it. What Town Hamlets have done, they said it's an 18-month trial. 18 months is quite a long time, and especially when the number of cars dropped during the whole lockdowns. And now it was just going back up in numbers, and you can just see the impact now. We've got roads that are just completely jam-packed, and I can see the pollution. Yeah, pollution moves around everywhere. I get that. But these people are breathing in the diesel fumes now 24/7. At least when there was a dispersal of traffic, that concentration of pollution and toxic material isn't there. And everyone's going to say it's all anecdotal, or there's not enough proof, or there's no facts behind it. But it's just easy to see the traffic hasn't disappeared. The cars haven't decreased. There are still people taking them journeys, especially now during COVID when they don't trust public transport as much. So how do they see that? I don't understand. I just don't understand getting my head around the whole, we've got to keep pushing this through. It's at the detriment of others, and I just don't think that's on. I don't believe I should benefit while someone else suffers out of the fact that, there's no cars going down my road. Happy me, but someone down the other road is now suffering from, asthma, and it's not nice cycling around when you're breathing all the diesel fumes, and now they're just getting it 24/7 hours a day.
I get it, but by that definition, of course, if the traffic has moved from one street to another, then the pollution has decreased in one street and increased in another. So somebody's going to be next to a polluting road until we can get rid of the internal combustion engine. But I do understand what you're saying. It's a good long while since I went there, but Amsterdam is such a nice city. I know it's not comparable to London. It's much, much smaller and so on. But the centre of Amsterdam, if you just take that area and transplant it to the centre of London, I mean, it is possible to get around the centre of Amsterdam by bike. Hardly anybody drives in Amsterdam. Almost nobody at all. You just don't see cars. I mean, if you were a tourist and you were foolish enough to get out of the airport and go to the car hire desk because you weren't familiar with how Amsterdam is, and you found yourself trying to negotiate Amsterdam's tiny, windy roads in a car, then you'd rue the day. You'd probably just park it and leave it and walk away. So if they can do it, surely we can do it too. I mean, it's not beyond the wit of man to not even necessarily remove all cars, because Amsterdam has businesses just like the centre of London does, and they have people coming in vans and so on, but they have it at a certain time of day, and I'm not entirely sure how it works, but maybe even on certain days. If they can do it, we can do it too. No? I mean, Amsterdam seems to function pretty well as a city. Why can't we achieve at least some of that and breathe more easily? God, I mean, I can remember before COVID started, walking down the Strand. The choking traffic down the Strand where they haven't got cycle lanes to my. I don't think they have. So it's just all cars, and I can remember taking a short breath in and thinking, this is concentrated poison. I'm going to have to hold my breath and walk through this cloud of fumes to get to some fresh air, like a couple of paces away. And so I did that, holding my breath, and then breathed in, about sort of 10 yards down the road, and found that I couldn't breathe there either. And so I had to hold my breath for like another 10 yards, and eventually I was going to pass out. It was foul. So something's got to be done. And of course people are going to be aggrieved that things have changed. But if we refused all change, we'd be riding down the Strand on horses. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Brian.
Why are Conservatives, if Conservatives doing so well in the red wall seats, the heartland of Labour?
Right.
Says one thing, doesn't it?
It says that people have been bamboozled by the clown at the front of the stage. They've been hypnotised.
It tells you just how bad the Labour Party are. The clueless and the hopeless. That's the problem.
Well, I think the problem is that people...
Well. They've insulted the heartland, haven't they?
I think the problem is that people are persuaded by fantastical promises.
No, it's not that. It's the minds of the Labour Party, and you can't see it. They're useless. Now, they're saying in Teesside now and Hartlepool and all of these places are saying, we're going to do free ports to bring thousands and thousands of jobs to Conservatives.
Yeah, right.
What are the Labour saying? The Labour are saying...
I mean, do you really think that free ports are the answer to deprivation in the north? How are free ports going to...
Just a second.
Just answer the question. You brought it up. How are free ports going to solve the problem of deprivation in the north?
Well, our Labour going to do it then. I'll tell you how Labour won't do it.
No, don't change the subject. You brought it up, Brian. You said that free ports were this, the implication was that there was this magical policy that the Conservatives had. Explain how that is going to benefit the people of the north. How?
What I'm explaining to you is, Labour will lose jobs. Labour's manifesto.
Okay, but you're not actually explaining anything at all. You're just throwing out half-worn thoughts. You said free ports. Tell me how that's going to benefit the people of the north. How? Other than moving jobs from one deprived area to another and providing tax cuts for international corporations. How?
You're talking nonsense again.
Well, tell me then. Explain it to me.
It's going to be trade all over the world. Ships coming in, tax-free goods and that.
Yes,
it's going to bring a lot more to the country.
Of course, by definition it won't, because it's only tax-free if it doesn't enter the country. It will stay in the port, come in, get a widget fitted to it or whatever, or get just stored in a warehouse, and then go straight back out again. How does that benefit us? We would have to provide the money to build the free ports, and all it's going to do is take unemployed people from one part of the north and move them over. It's not really going to create many what you might call quality jobs, well-paid jobs that people might actually dream about when they're at school. But plus, people are going to have to move. Oh, the resistance to that is going to be off the scale, Brian. But apart from anything else, we could have had free ports if we were in the European Union. They have them, and we used to have them, and the Conservative Party canned them. Free ports. Do me a favour. Let's have a call in Portsmouth. Hey up, Harry.
Oh, hello there, Nick.
Harry.
I did hear you mention Oxford Street. I think it's mainly occupied by buses. It was, I think, made a bus-only place quite a number of years ago. Maybe Boris did it. Maybe even Ken Livingstone did it. But
it's
if you've got any pollution there,
it's buses. I couldn't agree more. It's a line of buses. You could walk along the roof of stationary buses from one end of Oxford Street to the next. And there's hardly anybody in them. They should remove all of them, and it should be a tram system that goes up and down that road. All buses and cars of any kind should be prevented from going down Oxford Street.
Oh, you want more? You're not happy with the buses? You want more?
No, I'm saying get rid of the buses. No buses.
No, more. Something different to buses.
Yeah, a tram.
That's more.
No, a tram.
Yeah, what's his name? Livingstone was trying to dream up that scheme some years back, wasn't he? That's what he had the bendy buses because they were the same length as a tram.
Awful.
So
Terrible.
he was trying to. Well, that's how long a tram is. They don't do double-decker trams anymore.
Yeah, Oxford Street. The problem with the bendy bus was going around the corners, but there are no corners on Oxford Street. It's a straight run.
Yeah, I was going to say you were talking about £15 a day, but if you're talking about someone who's on PAYE, that's like £75 a week plus they've got to earn that before tax. They've got to be earning £100 there just to pay for their journey into work because their boss says, I want you in 5 days a week.
Right. Well, yes.
It sounds worse, doesn't it? When you split it up into little packages, things never sound quite as bad.
Right.
The advertisers know about that.
Yeah, which is why they list footballers' earnings by the week. That's right. No, I take that point. Some people would be significantly affected by that amount, but then that's the same with everything, isn't it? I mean, perhaps the government or local authorities should invest in people that can't afford it. Perhaps there should be a limit under which your earnings dictate that you get some sort of rebate. I don't know, but you could say the same about anything. Anything that is worth changing is going to cost people in some way, and it's got to be worth getting some cars off the streets of London. It has to be.
You're accusing us all of being Luddites, people in cars. I want to attack some of your propositions, actually, Nick, if I may.
Please do.
Now, on the 1st of May, they actually brought in the wet wood and coal ban in open fires law, which means these people who've been burning their wet wood and their coal in their fires, a lot of Londoners put them in, actually, because they thought it was cute.
Yeah, trendy.
And
wood burners.
It actually produces 3 times more pollution, 2.5 PMs, I think it is, than cars.
Right. Well,
that's the government figure.
Well, they're getting rid of them, right? I mean, they're telling people not to do it, so that's good.
Yeah, I know, but if Khan turns around in a few years' time and said, "Oh, look at the pollution in London, it's wonderful, it must be me," no, they banned people from burning wet wood and coal. 3 times more pollution than road vehicles.
Well, no, I don't think they cause 3 times more pollution, but they may be 3 times more polluting than a car. I don't know what the specific statistics are, but they're not good. That we can agree on.
We won't argue on that one then.
All right.
You mentioned what else? You mentioned the free port. Of course, Rotterdam is a free port.
Well, we used to have free ports here until relatively recently, and the Conservative Party didn't think that they were up to much, so they canned them.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because they wanted to build something just outside the free port zone, and the local businessman said, "Can you please let me do something outside?"
Right.
That's how the Tories would have worked it.
And there's 80 free ports in the EU. I think Jersey is a free port. So they're not,
there's a lot around.
Yeah, they're not new and they're not revolutionary. And I fail to understand how it's going to level up the north.
Well, they say that. I think maybe Liverpool had one. I can't remember now.
Yeah,
I think somebody mentioned that.
Yeah, that's right.
But I was going to mention. There is a song, by the way, but I did want to mention something else.
A song? You're going to sing?
Yes.
Please don't sing.
You may remember that old song, "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes."
Yes.
Just to remind you that you've now got to get rid of those barbecues. All those people barbecuing this summer, please go down the streets
Wait a minute.
and tell them not to.
Hang on one moment. There are no barbecues.
Yes, that's right. Smoke gets in your eyes and it causes people to cough.
Yeah, but burgers, though.
Burnt burgers? No, thank you.
No, not burnt burgers, but, burgers. Barbecues. Surely we don't have to give up barbecues. Please say we don't.
Well, you should be eating veggie by now anyway, apparently.
Yeah, all right. After you. Thanks a lot, Harry. Bringing up the Platters.
Rock and roll!
Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. I'll be playing that after this break from the stacks of wax we had in the back since 1964. Okay. I could do that job. Max texts... oh, yeah, okay. He says, if you drive around London in a car, then you can close your windows and protect yourself from pollution. You can't do that on a bike or on a bus. Cars are healthy, says Max, who is incorrect in every respect. No. Actually, the reverse is true, Max. When you're sitting in a car, you're much more likely to get a lungful of pollution because the intake in your car for the air that's coming in will be in traffic next to the exhaust of the car in front. I mean, the amount of times... you don't even have to be that close. The amount of times I've been following a belching car or van, and there seems to be so many of them these days. What on earth are they running them on? I mean, it'll be black smoke like it's on fire coming out the back of it. And the cabin in my car, yes, I've got one, just fills up with this poison. And the amount of times I have to stop sometimes just to let it go and for the smoke to dissipate, because otherwise the car will just suck it all in, and that's what you're breathing. You're actually, perversely, much safer on a bus or on a bike than sitting in a car in traffic. I know it seems illogical, but it's a fact, Jack. I hope Khan gets private e-scooters legalised. Well, I see so many of them, I find it hard to believe that they're not. All of those people are breaking the law. David says... by the way, a small tip. I mean, if you are on one of those, and if it is illegal, then don't. Be a good citizen. But if you are, wear something bright. For crying out loud. You're on the road, and you're dressed entirely in black. And then are surprised when you bounce off someone's bonnet. Wear something bright, for crying out loud. That's a safety advice tip from Nick Abbott on LBC. You're welcome.
Thank you.
David texts, I hope Khan listens to those who did not vote for him, as he has to represent the whole of London. Well, he specifically said that he was going to do that in his acceptance speech. He said he can't get arrogant thinking he was voted by a majority. The councils have done exactly what was intended, to divide communities. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Have they? Whose intent was that? I don't get it. But anyway, Nick emails, it's a green revolution, baby. There is plenty of green money, green global money sloshing around. There are trillions already committed from our dear friend President Biden alone. Get building those free ports, Boris, and get the jobs and the foreign direct investment for our apprentices. Right. Well, as for Joe Biden, yeah, if we followed Joe Biden in his direction of travel, that would probably be a good thing. Unfortunately, this government seems wedded to Trumpism, so that's not where we're going. I think deregulating the financial finagling racket is where we're going. And as for building free ports and foreign inward investment, well, foreign inward investment is just China buying our businesses, buildings, infrastructure and schools. That's what foreign inward investment is. So be careful what you wish for. We're selling what's left of the family silver. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello there, Nick.
John.
Yeah. The pollution level across London it's all low pollution levels across London.
What?
Yeah. According to the TfL website and the air quality website, it's low pollution levels across the whole of London, including Oxford Street.
Right, low in what? Historically low, or what?
Well, in the recent levels and historically low. Yeah, it's all low. So,
yeah, but that might not have so much to do with Sadiq Khan's traffic reducing measures, and more to do with the coronavirus.
Yeah. Well, who knows? But I think it basically shows its low levels. I'm not sure where people are
making out that it's high pollution levels? Because I think it's probably been low for quite a long time.
Well, I'm not sure about that because when the pink boat people were in position in Oxford Circus, I was in that area and I was up on high on the roof of a building around there, and I can remember that day. It was a summer's day when, of course, the pollution levels tend to be higher. What with the ozone and all, don't ask me to explain it. I've got no idea what I'm talking about, but they do tend to be higher, and I could barely see to the end of the road. Never mind to see the towers in Canary Wharf. So yeah, we still have pretty bad pollution in this town. Don't be fooled.
No, I'm looking at the TFO website, and they've got the air quality for the whole of London.
Yeah.
The map.
Yeah.
And you have an index 1 to 10. 1 to 3 is low level. Then you've got low, moderate.
Well, is there anywhere that's high?
No.
Right.
There's nowhere that's high. Nowhere.
Where is moderate?
Moderate.
Yeah.
Is moderate. What do you mean moderate?
Well, you said
what is the level? The moderate level is 4 to 6.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere that's moderate. Everywhere is low, 1 to 3.
Oh, right. Okay, so all right. Well, that's good news. We can breathe easily. Excellent news. Thanks a lot, John. Keep your eyes peeled. Martin in Horton emails, spend some time up north, get a real sense of the north, then you might get it. Labour have failed communities here for years. Live here, experience it, get it. Martin, the Conservative Party have been in power for twice as long as the Labour Party since the Second World War. They've been in power for the last 11 years. At what point do they take responsibility for what they've done? Or will everything always be Labour's fault? Plus, I grew up in the north. Brighton, hello, John. Or is that the chap I've just I think that's the chap I've just spoken to. My fault. I do apologise. Elephant and Castle, Jallo.
Yeah, good morning, Nick.
How you doing?
Oh, not bad, but after the Ramadan, I'm going on hunger strike.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so depressed.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's up?
Sidikan won.
You're not angry. You're just disappointed.
I'm disappointed.
Right. Why is that?
Really? I don't know where to start from.
Start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
Okay, let's start it from here. I've been voting Labour since I started voting, but Sidikan destroy. I'm in the minicab business. Sidikan destroy this industry.
By doing what?
By putting levies on everything, on congestion charges, on our PCO, or some nonsense tests that people have to go through. Everything's all about money. I don't understand how can a Labour, what's it called, a Labour mayor, which we usually say they're socialists, but they're taxing us more than the Conservative.
But that's the nature of socialism. People pay tax to a central organisation who then spend it for the benefit of all. That's the nature of socialism.
Yeah, but we're not seeing it, though. We're not seeing it. If we were seeing it, then that's understanding.
But I just was speaking to a guy who said that the quality of air in London couldn't be cleaner.
Oh yeah, that's because of the lockdown. You give it next month or a couple of months. We'll talk about it again.
But it might be a bit. It might even in that circumstance, it might be a bit better. Is a bit better worth going for?
Oh, listen, I've been doing this job for a while. Honestly, it's getting worse and worse because, a few years ago, you'll be able to drive at least, 5-10 minutes without being stuck in the traffic. But now you can't drive 2 minutes. So I don't understand, the whole. As we know, cars whenever they station, they produce in more CO2 than when they're in motion, when they're driving. So the congestion now, the traffic is too much. It's too much because they blocked up all the roads. And city can't. If this congestion charge is purely for the environment, Yeah. Why are they saying, okay, we're gonna remove the time, or why is he blaming the Conservative government, for twisting his arm for him to increase the congestion charges and the time? And then again, City Khan, when have you ever seen him in a bicycle?
Well, I'm not sure that's an indicator of your green credentials, being photographed on a bicycle.
Well,
I mean, it's what Boris Johnson likes doing, but then he just likes his photograph taken.
Well, City Khan like photographing a Range Rover.
Well, I guess that's true. Yeah, but if I were him, I'd want to drive around in a
scooter.
Well, no, not maybe when the cameras are out. But I think other than that, I'd want to drive around in something that's got a bit of meat to it.
Well, honestly, like I said, I'm a Labour voter, but yesterday I didn't vote, to be honest with you, and I've always voted.
Well, that's terrible, Jallo. You should be ashamed of yourself. You didn't vote.
Oh no, I didn't vote, honestly, because I didn't know who to vote for. I don't like the Tories, but Labour is putting me off as well.
Yeah.
So
okay, all right. My recommendation would always to vote. Just pick the least bad option. There's got to be somebody. But thanks, Jallo. Someone emailed, this is actually good for the Tories. Khan is despised by a large proportion of ordinary people. Ordinary people? Where are they? Ordinary people outside London, and he will keep Labour unpopular. Right. Well, a ditto Boris Johnson. I think a large proportion of ordinary people outside London despise Boris Johnson. I think it sort of comes with the territory. If you are a politician, then a large number of ordinary people, whatever that means, are going to despise you. Let's see if I can squeeze this one in. Earl's Court. Hello, Francis.
Yes, hello. Yes, I totally agree with your last caller. I'm just sort of in a downward spiral with Sadiq Khan. I mean, for the last 5 years, he came into the power with the whole fanfare of, I'm going to sort of make sure I would create an affordable space in London for your normal working Londoners. I'm the son of a bus driver. Yeah. I am this, I am this, I am that. And 5 years down the line, I am just so bored with that bumbling man. Each time he's been asked about his statistics on, the crime, levels in London, he just, cannot seem to really get a grip or know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, but surely the crime levels in London are not the sole responsibility of the London mayor. The Conservative Party that has been in power for the last 11 years and has seen a reduction in police numbers of about 21,000 and a reduction in police support staff of about 23,000. Surely they have to take some responsibility.
Yes. I blame the Home Office. Don't get me wrong. I'm no fan of not so much Priti Patel. No, I'm not a fan of her either. But Sadiq Khan really needs to fight for London. And I do not think he's got the cojones, really, to really sort of...
I'll tell you, I'll send a search party out and we'll see if we can't find whatever it is that you just said, Francis. Thanks a lot, mate.